The following video is based upon true crime content. Therefore, it may contain images and/or language that some find disturbing. For this reason, viewer discretion is advised. Good morning, everyone. They did come into the court this morning with Collin Griffith's. I guess they brought the jury in, and basically we're in there for like 2 seconds and said, okay, let's resume. Go back to your deliberation room. And so they did. And that was all that's happened so far. They started deliberating yesterday. And according to Court TV's little ticker up here, it looks like they've been in deliberations now for almost 7 hours. I guess that makes sense if you consider lunchtime they went into deliberation on lunchtime yesterday. So I thought what we would do is, so we don't miss anything and we're all here together when it happens, we'll be live, and I'm going to kind of jump around. I want to watch a couple of things. A lot of stuff happened over the last couple of days. We're going to start out with Kouri Richins, though. It's just a quick update as to what's going on with her trial.
Sheriff Park. We are following the latest today from Park City in the Kouri Richins murder case. The Camas mother accused of killing her husband and writing a children's book on grief.
She was back in the courtroom today as the judge discussed how they're going to find an impartial jury for this case. News specialist Brian Carlson breaks down what he learned there in the courtroom.
Although local news cameras weren't allowed inside the courtroom today, I was approved to sit in. It was just me, another member of the media, the court staff, and Richins. The judge right now is trying to make sure they can seat a jury for her murder trial come April. The main issue right now is how they'll phrase the questions they plan to put on the jury questionnaire that will go out to the initial jury pool of 1,500 people. The court knows people have seen the news coverage of Richins in this case, and the judge is concerned how they'll phrase the questionnaire that may spur people's recollection of what they've seen. In this trial, Richins faces 1 count of aggravated murder, along with 3 counts of possession with intent to distribute, which are linked to her alleged use of fentanyl and the poisoning death of her husband. Both the court and the attorneys are planning to rewrite the questions so potential jurors answer them on a scale of 1 to 5 versus questions just yes or no. And the judge recognized they have to get this nailed down fast.
We're about 2.5 months away from jury selection. I feel some compulsion to get the process moving.
Once they're ready to send out the questionnaire, they plan to whittle it down from 1,500 to 200 by the time jury selection starts April 21st, and then cycle through about 50 to 60 potential jurors a day to be ready to go to trial right after. They'll readdress the jury questions format again on February 21st. As for Richins, she was there dressed in plain clothes but with shackles on her feet, and the bailiff ushered her back to custody as soon as it was over. In Summit County.
You know, watch what happens, you guys. This flipping trial is going to end up going to trial at the same time that Courtney Clenny does. It's going to mess us all up, isn't it? Okay, I had another feed here. There's several incidents going on, and there's some kind of, I'm not going to say the word, a pew-pew over in New Albany.
Just a few hours ago, police did give an update on the situation. So if you are just joining us, this will get you up to speed on the many elements of this situation. Here it is.
This has been a very tragic situation. Our thoughts go out to the victims, their families, and everybody that works at this facility. This is something that we hope that would never happen in our community, but we prepare for it, and this is where we are now. To give you a little bit of background, it's a large building, and that at this point, we have 1 confirmed fatality. We have 5 that were transported to the hospital. Their conditions, I'm not able to comment on their conditions at this point. We have a person of interest, and we are working to locate them and bring them into custody. And again, this is quite a tragedy, and it's really a fluid situation and the investigation's really just begun.
Is the person of interest an employee?
I can't really comment at this point on that.
You said 5 people transported. Did that include the person who passed away?
No.
So 6 people with
6
gunshot
total.
wounds?
6 total.
With gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Okay, one of those.
Yeah,
6.
and again, this is fluid, so, this is very preliminary information. So some of it might change as we learn more, obviously. It's a
Now that was at 7:00 last night, their time. Let's go over here. This was 2 hours ago. They didn't update.
Mayor Spalding here from the city of New Albany. I want to begin by expressing my deepest sympathies
This is the
to
full
the
press
victims and their
conference.
families affected by last night's tragic event at KDC-1. Our community is heartbroken, and our hearts go out to everyone that's been impacted. We are doing everything we can to support those involved, and we are so very grateful to the swift response of our law enforcement officials, partner agencies, responders, and the incredible team at Mount Carmel Trauma who helped many of the victims. We want to reassure our residents that we have multiple agencies working right now to apprehend the suspect. The safety and well-being of our community are our top priority, and we will continue to work closely with all agencies involved to ensure this situation is resolved as safely and quickly as possible. And let me just say a thing or two about society today. Each and every day, each and every one of us leave our house, the safety and comfort of our home, and lend ourselves to the kindness of strangers. We live in a world that is dangerous, but we all hope that we can be treated with kindness and grace. We enter each day vulnerable and hoping for the best in others. And tragically, we don't always encounter others willing to meet our needs and expectations. We may never know the reason that drove this individual to undertake these horrible acts, but regrettably, this pattern is too common in our country, and we must do better. We must do more to support each other, to lend a hand to a friend or a colleague or a coworker who's clearly in need. But even then, we live in a country based on the rule of law, where we agree to a set of social norms in support of the greater good. And when individuals take matters into their own hands and disregard the law in our society, we must hold them accountable, and we will do so here. And with that, let me introduce Chief Greg Jones from the Albany Police Department.
To give you a little bit of background, the incident occurred about 10:30 last night. We received a call of a shooter. KDC is a light manufacturing facility, but it's a very large building. Upon arrival, first off, our officers were able to get here very quickly, and we are fortunate to have great law enforcement partners from Franklin and Lincoln County who responded as well, along with the fire department. Once we made entry into the building, again, it was a large building. We eventually found 6 victims. 5 of them were transported to the hospital. I can't release their condition at this point. The 6th victim was deceased in the building. The suspect, we had learned, had left the building or left the area before our arrival, or left the immediate area before our arrival. We quickly evacuated approximately 150 other employees to a neighboring building. And then again, with all of our local partners, not only other cities and counties, but our state partners and federal authorities immediately began to try to track the suspect down. We are doing so as we speak, and it's we hope to have news for you soon. Again, this is a tragedy that to be honest with you, I never thought we'd see in our community, and unfortunately, it's hit home. So we just want our community to know, and just the community as a whole, that we're doing everything we can to bring this individual into custody, and also to ensure the safety of our citizens and the people that work in the community.
Chief, I know it's early. What are you able to say in terms of a motive here? Obviously, this is highly unusual in New Albany. A lot of concern about something like this happening. What do we know about what led this to occur?
Yeah, that's we don't have a motive at this point. From everybody we interviewed, which was quite a few people, obviously, with a facility this size, there's no reports of any type of confrontation or any type of dispute that would have brought this about.
You said it was a targeted attack overnight. What leads you to believe that?
Because it was at his place of work. So all the victims, all of the people that were injured or the person that is deceased worked in the facility.
And I heard you correctly that the suspect did work here. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know how long the suspect worked there?
We do not know that.
You know his exact position here?
No.
Is there any threat to the public at this hour?
We don't believe so. Like I said, I think that the suspect has left the area. We have information that is taking us to certain addresses that we are working to check and try to find him. And another thing too is that there was a weapon recovered at the scene. And we only received reports of one weapon.
And as far as you know, just the one shooter involved in the incident?
Correct. You know, and as you guys probably already know, when this originally happens, there's all kinds of reports that you receive. Originally, there was reported that there was two shooters. We were able to quickly determine that's not true.
If the shooter sees the coverage, what's your message to him?
To turn himself in. You know, we have you know, New Albany sits in 2 counties. We have municipal jurisdictions, both sheriff's departments. We have state officials, the U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, all working to check these locations where he might be and to bring him into custody. And I would recommend that he turns himself in. I think it's going to be a matter of time before he's brought into custody.
I know you said it's a really large.
Are local?
No, I'm not able to say that. I'm not sure their address. We interviewed and we also ID'd all the people that work in the building that we evacuated. I can tell you that the person that is deceased is not local to New Albany.
This is a large facility. I know it's early in the investigation, but can you give us any sort of sense of how this took place? Was he scheduled to be at work and it occurred then? Did he come into an area he not normally is in? What do we know about the circumstances?
So he had been at work for some time when this occurred. We don't have any reports that there was any issue that he was in an area that he wasn't supposed to be, or he was in trouble in any way, or there was any conflict. We have not to say that there wasn't something, but after interviewing everybody we have and supervisors at the company, we don't have any reports of anything like that.
Any victim update?
What's that?
Any victim update right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't give that to you right now. We can follow up and provide that soon.
Can you provide any details on males, females, how many injured in regards to that?
As far as the victims go, no, I don't have that at this point.
Do you have any information about the security at this building? What type of measures there are? Do people have to scan in? Are there, metal detectors when people go in the building?
I don't know the details that I can provide you. I know that we had to use key fobs and different ways of accessing different parts of the building. So I know there is a level of manual security, but I'm not sure of the details.
What else are you able to tell us about the firearm in this case? What type of weapon was it? Can you tell us more?
It was a handgun. I really can't go into it any further than that. And again, our partners at the federal government, ATF, has responded and are helping us track that firearm.
Can you provide any updates on the suspect search? I know there were several scenes earlier today. Can you talk about that any further?
As far as the suspects look, yeah. So we, we had addresses that we thought the suspect might be at, and that our officers and our partners went to those addresses, checked those addresses, obtained search warrants, and that the ones that we've checked so far, that we've not been able to find him. But right before we had this press briefing, we even received more information about some other addresses that we could check.
Was there witnesses that saw him leave, or camera footage that saw him leave? There's a lot of massive buildings here.
Yeah, there is camera footage, and we know how he left the building. So there's camera footage of quite a bit of his entrance and leaving the building.
Have you talked to leadership here at all? What are they saying? Do they know anything about this suspect?
They had a manager, actually a supervisor and a manager here, and I can't at this point. I can't release details of what they their characterization of him as an employee. But they did say that nobody here noticed any type of confrontation or anything that one might expect that triggered this.
And this is in the middle of a shift?
What's that?
This is the end of a shift or middle of a shift?
No, this was he had been there for several hours. I'm not sure when his shift ended, but he had been there for several hours before this occurred.
How are you doing, Chief?
good. You know, it's been a long night, but I'll tell you, it's not me. It's particularly having to break the news to a family member of the family that lost somebody last night, and to the staff who I'm sure is traumatized, and to all the police and fire staff that have been out here all night working on this. So, but they're doing a great job, and they're truly professionals.
The staff at this facility, have they been allowed to go home, and how are they doing?
Yeah, so the facility's closed. It's a crime scene. Right now it's a large facility, so it's going to take, I don't know, it could be like 12 hours before this scene is actually processed. We have BCI, and they brought out a tremendous amount of staff and resources to help process the scene. But the facility's closed, and it will be for some time. And as far as the employees go, I'm not sure how the company notified them not to come into work. Yeah, as I said, about 150 people were working in there, so I'm not sure how many they expected to come in the next shift.
A question for the mayor. You both mentioned that this was a tragedy you never thought you would see in this community. How do you believe that the community will rally together during this time of struggle?
Yeah, in Albany, we're a very tight community, and everyone will bond together in a tragic situation like this. No one wants to have these types of mornings. And
Okay, note to self for the press conference people, the media people, don't put the update right next to a highway where traffic is going by and you can't hear them talking. Oh my gosh. There's an update in this though. Let's go over here. Share this tab.
.646, welcome back. We're continuing to follow the breaking news out of Albany. One person is dead and 5 other people injured out of a mass shooting that happened hours ago, specifically last night at about 10:30. Investigators say at least 100 people were inside the KDC-1 facility on Smith Mill Road North. Here's a map of where this happened, where this facility is. Jay Plyburn is there on the scene right now with the latest. Jay.
Tracy, good morning to you. Yeah, you said it. 1 dead, 5 injured. It all happened at the KDC-1 facility, which is right behind me here. We are just north of 161 off Beach Road. Not an area you want to come to right now, regardless of where your morning takes you. If you have to come through this area, you need to try and find a different route, because even though you see traffic flowing through here right now, this area was blocked off a little bit ago, and police do continue to look in this area for that suspect, named now as Bruce Reginald Foster III. That is who police say opened fire around 10:30 last night, killing 1 and injuring 5 others. Those victims taken to Mount Carmel East Hospital. We'll talk to a reporter in that area here in just a minute. Now, they do say this was a targeted attack and that there is no threat to the public. But again, this is a person that they're still trying to find. So we want you to be very careful. As they say there's no threat to the public, but they don't have him in custody right now. If you do know where he might be, or if you know him at all, if you know what might have led up to this incident, please call that number that we've been giving you all morning long so you can get that information to authorities, help them with this investigation. I want to bring in 10 TV's Kara Lake. She's also been following this throughout the morning. As a matter of fact, you were sent to a different location a few hours ago where they thought he might be. Are we now hearing that might have been his home?
Yeah, so we think this might have been a previous address. That's what we learned from Columbus Police this morning. So when they went to that location, that was at the corner of Westerville and Morris Roads. It was behind Morris Shopping Center, that plaza right there. It was swarmed with police, but they quickly cleared that area within the matter of the half hour that we were there. So a lot still going on. It's still a very active search for him. So like you said, if you know where he is, police really want that information from you, because this situation here, very much a stark contrast to the white picket fences that we're seeing, knowing something so devastating happened right here behind us, and that all these families are still looking for answers.
And then you had some specifics on that suspect. What did police say he looks like as far as his description?
Yeah, so we do have his mugshot as well for you, or just a picture of him. Excuse me, I don't want to say mugshot, but right now we know that he is 6 foot tall. He is 175 pounds and also has brown hair and brown eyes. Again, we don't know at this time if he was actually an employee at this location. They're still working to determine that. They say that they believe this was targeted, but they don't have a motive for why this happened. So still just so many unknown answers, but we're still working to get all that information. Hopefully we get some of that cleared up. We know there's going to be a press conference at 7:30 this morning, but we also know when it comes to the situation, people are at work. This was actively a scene where people were just coming in, doing their normal day to day.
Yeah, you got to figure this was a very scary situation for anybody who was working at the time. We heard from someone earlier who said, not everyone working may have even heard the gunshots because it is such a big facility and there are different buildings on this campus behind us here. What we do know is there were about 150 people working at the time that the gunfire happened, around 10:30 last night. Most of those people are safe. They've been moved to a facility behind us here where they've been questioned as witnesses, or at least the people who were there who witnessed what happened. They've been part of the investigation now. We've been discussing the terms of everything with the police and the sheriff's deputies on scene here. I want to give you that name again, Bruce Reginald Foster III, and you have the phone number that people can call if they have information?
I do. So you're asked to call the New Albany Police Department if you have any information. That number is 614-855-1234. So if you have any information that could help police in this search, they're still looking for him this morning.
Lots of...
See, I thought that they had found him, so I'll have to keep looking for updates on that as we go along. I guess that press conference was the latest that we watched earlier. There was another incident that occurred. This was in Mesa. Let me switch over to it. This was 2 days ago. I didn't see this until I started looking at this other thing.
Can you put the microphone on your ear? No, I'm kidding.
I was like, what? That's a new one. All right. I'm going to look here if that's okay.
That's fine.
Whenever y'all are ready, I'm ready.
What happened? Or name and title?
Yeah. Detective Richard Encinas, Encinas, and I work in the Media Relations Office for the Mesa Police Department. So just giving you an update on what occurred here behind me to my right. This morning at around 9:20 a.m., we received a 911 call, what initially came out as somebody who was threatening to commit suicide. Our caller on the call that called 911 basically said that a family member was acting erratically, was possibly intoxicated, fighting, and then she heard what she thought was a gunshot round go off. She then immediately called 911 and removed herself from the apartment. Officers arrived about 4 minutes later and spoke with her, got an initial story, and her last known location of him was that he was in the bathroom, which led her to think that he had possibly tried to commit suicide. Officers set up on the house, and once they began talking, trying to ascertain if that person was in the bathroom or not there or in the house, we started getting some communication from him inside the house. Lots of yelling, lots of making threats that he was going to harm himself and things like that. We set up officers all around the perimeter and got our negotiators out here to begin speaking with the suspect to try to have him come out peacefully. That went on for well over an hour. The suspect would, or the male, I should say, he would come out, say something, yell, scream, let us know that he wanted to commit suicide, and then he would go back in the house. That continued for well over an hour. During that time, when he did present himself at the doorway, one of our officers fired a pepper ball gun above the door, so striking above the door, hoping to have the saturation of the pepper spray land on him and hopefully cause him to comply and then to come outside. That did not work. About an hour and a half into this thing, our officers were still communicating with him through the door when they heard what they felt were gunshots coming from the apartment through the window and in their direction. When that occurred, they were approximately 50 or 60 feet away from the front door behind one of our patrol cars. One of the officers then fired focus fire, which is he shot 4 rounds in the down below the door to the right, not where the window is, not in the doorway, anything like that. That focus fire was deployed to allow our officers to pause for a second, reassess the situation, and then get back to a safer location, the ones that were right in front of the apartment. Maybe a minute after that, the male then presented himself at the doorway. Again, he stepped out a little farther this time, and we deployed non-lethal rounds, 40 millimeter rounds at him, which are large rubber balls. We also deployed beanbag at him, and he went down onto the ground in front of the apartment. As that was going on, the Gilbert SWAT team was literally driving up, and they drove up to where he was, gave him some further commands. I believe they might have fired one more 40 millimeter round at him and then took him into custody. We brought him back. We got him medical attention, and he was not injured. He was unharmed, nothing that required hospitalization. And he has been taken down to our jail where our East Valley CERT investigators will talk to him. Because our officers did fire rounds in a focus fire pattern, this is the East Valley CERT case. So Tempe PD is out here on the scene now, and they will be the investigating agency moving forward.
Nobody hurt.
There's nobody hurt. No officers hurt, and the male was not hurt as well. There was no other people in the apartment.
Well, that was good, but that was not what I thought it was. I thought there was a shoot. I can't say the word, but I thought there was a mass incident, but it sounds like it's pretty much under control. Okay, so there's a trial going on over in Tampa, and something occurred at a dog park where 2 people who actually, I think they were friends, one unalived the other. And so this homicide trial, they started the opening statements yesterday, and I thought we would watch those just to kind of see what's going on. This isn't on, I don't think it's on any of the major networks. So I thought we'd watch the openings and kind of see what's going on with this trial. Be something different to watch while we wait for the verdict. And again, I'll switch over as soon as they come back into the courtroom over in Ocala, or I'm sorry, Bartow in Florida.
As any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the
Jury
law to
selection.
you. It is
These
your
are jury
solemn
instructions.
responsibility to, helping them out in that regard, and so it's not really proper for jurors to ask questions during a criminal trial. Any logistical questions that you all have before we get started? All right. Is the state prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir.
Fucking faggot. That's the words of the defendant in this case, Gerald Radford. You're going to hear that once his relationship, his friendship with the victim in this case, John Walter Lay, deteriorated, every time he saw the victim coming to the dog park they both frequented, he would say, "There's that fucking faggot." You will hear Gerald Radford on a recorded phone call talking about a time that he interacted with the victim to his face and said, "I told him to his face, there's gay people and there's fags. Gay people live their lives and have a normal relationship with their spouse, and they go home and they keep their shit in their bedroom, and that's it. You're a fag." You're going to hear from multiple people who are going to tell you about the statements that Gerald Radford said. You're going to hear multiple statements that Gerald Radford gave. And you're going to hear things like Gerald Radford would say things like, "I want to punch him right in the face," talking about the victim. You'll hear him talk about, he told the victim, "I'll break your fucking jaw." You'll hear that just shortly before we get to the fatal day, the defendant said, "I want to fucking kill him." And the day before,
Wow.
24 hours before John Walter Lay is killed, the defendant is yelling at him, "You're going to die. You're going to die." Those are the words of the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be asking yourself, how does it ever get to that? And so we'll rewind time a little bit as we talk about what happened in this case and what the evidence will show you, largely from the mouth of the defendant himself, but also from a variety of people who also frequented this dog park, is that there was a group of people. They went to this place called West Dog Park. It's a big dog park. It's a nice place. It's in a community. It's over by Lakeville High School. And they all come in the morning and they hang out and they walk their dogs. And there was like a little group of people that hang out. Darrell Radford and the victim were two of those people. And for a time, they were friendly. All these people hung out. They had a good time. But you will discover that there became a change in the interaction between the defendant and the victim. You will hear about how they started to have disagreements that were largely centered around matters of politics. It's 2020, it's 2021, it's 2022. We're all living through COVID and mask mandates and vaccines and a whole lot of hot button issues that at the time everybody was real fired up about. And so you will hear that as these two men are having different views on these topics and other topics, you will learn that the defendant becomes the aggressive, hostile one. He's the guy saying fucking faggot. And you will hear from people at the park who will say the victim never got angry, never got hostile, never got aggressive. Eventually, he kind of hit the boiling point and he was like, we can't keep doing this. Like, I can't endure this forever. But Mr. Radford persisted. And you will hear from people who were there, who told Mr. Radford to his face, you can't talk to people like that. It's 2024. You can't run around calling people fucking faggots. And still he persisted. He increased the aggression. He increased the hostility. You will hear how people saw him going up to the victim and blocking his path as if to provoke a fight. And you will hear how Mr. Radford was always very clever to say, but I'm not going to be the guy who starts the fight with the gay guy. So we're going to fast forward eventually to February 2nd, 2024. That's the day that this murder is alleged to have occurred. It's early in the morning, before 8 o'clock. Mr. Radford is going to tell you he gets up routinely, he takes his dog, he goes to the park, he walks around. And as it turns out, that same morning, as so often happens, Mr. Lay shows up with his dog, and he actually has another dog that he's dog sitting, and he comes to the park. Right off the bat, Mr. Radford is going to say, the victim was saying something to me, I don't even know what he said, and I started telling him, why don't you get out of here? I was here first. This is my part. You should go. Nobody likes you. And of course, an argument starts. And that's where the heart of this case is going to come up. Because in this case, the defendant is going to claim self-defense. Gerald Radford shot and killed John Walter Lay. Mr. Lay was not armed with a knife or a baseball bat or a gun or anything remotely resembling a deadly weapon. And he shot him. And you're going to have to decide whether or not he did that legally. And at the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the self-defense laws are. And I expect you will hear something like, the defendant must have reasonably believed that he was either going to die or suffer great bodily harm. And there will be pictures, plenty of pictures of the defendant. He'll have a few cuts and scrapes on his face. No broken bones, no shattered teeth, no fractured nose, no broken arms. You'll have to decide whether or not he reasonably believed that he needed to shoot John Walter Lay to prevent death or great bodily harm. But I will submit to you that Mr. Radford's claim of self-defense will fail because it will be clear to you from all of the history, from both the words of the people who shared the dog park, but even from the defendant himself, that the person who was the aggressor, the person who most reasonably would have started the entire fight, was a defendant. And you will hear that if the defendant is the aggressor, if he's the guy committing a crime, then he would have had a duty to retreat. He can't pull a gun. He's got to try and get away. Because you can't start a fight and then be upset that you get your butt kicked in a fight and say, I'm going to shoot somebody. Now, the state of Florida's burden is going to be murder in the second degree. And there are a few elements. There are the things that sort of make up the concept of murder in the second degree. The first one is the victim must be dead. That's an easy one. I'm going to show you autopsy photos of John Walter Lay. I'm going to show you the spot in his chest where he has the gunshot wound that killed him. And I'm going to show you an array of injuries that he suffered to his head and body in the course of the fight. We'll have a doctor come tell you about the autopsy. He's dead. It's even so much an easy thing to do. The defense has actually stipulated, you will see the stipulation that John Walter Lay is dead. That one's easy. The defendant caused the death. That's the second element. Well, the defendant is telling you that he caused death. That's what self-defense is. I did it, but ... I was allowed to. And so I submit to you that when you decide the defendant did not act in self-defense, you will ultimately conclude that the defendant caused the death, because that's the only obvious answer. And so what will be left is what is in the heart and the mind of Gerald Radford at the time of the killing. You will hear this phrase about an act imminently dangerous, evidencing a depraved mind. That's a long sentence of words that you'll get. And there will be a definition. And what you will hear are the words ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And I submit to you now, and I will argue to you at the end of this trial, that the person with hate in their heart is that man, Gerald Radford. He's the aggressor. He's the hostile one. He's the disrespectful one. He's the words of hate. Now, I told you you're going to hear a lot of interviews in this case, and I want to explain to you how the case is going to unfold so you understand what's coming. The case basically starts with a 911 call. You will eventually hear the 911 call, and that triggers the response of members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. The first witness you're going to hear very shortly is Deputy Craig Hoffman. He's one of the first responding deputies to the scene. He arrives at the dog park. He's one of the first people to have any interaction with the defendant. You'll be able to see the defendant as he's originally found. And then pretty quickly, you will see Deputy Hoffman attempt to go render aid to Mr. Lay, who's laying on the ground dying. Mr. Lay's dog, confused in the moment, is barking at the deputy, trying to defend his owner, not understanding what's happening. You'll watch that interaction. And then eventually you will watch two deputies try and provide life-saving efforts to Mr. Lay before they just say he's not breathing. We're not going to make you watch the entirety of it, but you will watch those moments where deputies try to save Mr. Lay's life. And as you do, I want you to pay careful attention to where Mr. Lay is laying on the ground, because you're going to discover that there's actually a spot where Mr. Lay is laying, and then there's another spot where there's some items, some mugs and sunglasses and things. And that's going to become important, the distinction of those two locations, the distance between them. So you're going to hear about that. Once the scene is initially some sort of stability is established, detectives are called in. You're going to hear from Detective Kelsey Nix. Detective Nix is what's called the scene detective. She's going to come and talk with you about all the things that are discovered at the scene. You're going to see the cell phone that Gerald Radford had in his hand. You're going to see a speaker that he was wearing on his belt. And I want you to listen carefully to the 911 call and see if you hear music on the 911 call. And I also want you to listen carefully to the video from Deputy Hoffman when he first responds and see if music is playing. Because what I think you're going to see is you're going to see that Mr. Radford was not concussed. He was not frantic. He was not panicked. He was not responding to some emotional trauma. He actually had bothered to turn music back on while he was waiting for the police to show up. But it wasn't on while the 911 call was going. So she'll talk to you about those things. You'll see the gun. Mr. Radford did call 911. That's the 911 call you're going to hear. He had taken his gun, he had put it on the table, he had unloaded it, he had waited for the police. And so you'll see those items and talk about that. Then we'll talk about that other area that I talked about. You're going to see that in the dog park, there's like a water trough area for like dogs to drink water when they're at the park. And right near there, there's a series of items. You're going to discover there's a bright blue, like mug, like one of those things you screw the top on to keep your coffee warm, like a thermos sort of thing. That's the victim's mug. You're going to see a darker blue thermos mug. That's the defendant's mug. You're going to see that the handle is broken off of the defendant's mug. And you're also going to see a pair of sunglasses, which the defendant ultimately identifies as his, laying on the ground. And as you watch the video and you look at the pictures, I really want you to pay attention to the ground. And I want you to ask yourself what you can see in those pictures and what you know of just what the sand and dirt is like anywhere in the state of Florida, but especially in Hillsborough County. Because what you're going to see is on the sunglasses, they have dirt all over them. But the mug doesn't. The gun doesn't. The cell phone, the speakers don't. You're going to see pictures of Mr. Radford. You'll see the injuries. I'm not going to suggest he didn't suffer any injuries. He's got some little cuts and scrapes to his bridge of his nose and above his eye and under his cheek and a little thing over here near his collarbone. You're going to see those things. But you're going to see that Gerald Radford doesn't have a speck of dirt anywhere on him. You will hear Gerald Radford, when he's interviewed by law enforcement, tell the police, tell the sheriff's office, I got a mouthful of dirt while we were rolling around on the ground fighting. He doesn't have a speck of dirt on his face anywhere. You'll see his jeans. There's no dirt there. Not from rolling on the ground, struggling. Because what Gerald Radford is going to say is he's going to say that basically Mr. Lay, the guy who had never been the aggressor, who had never been hostile, today was the day that he decided to attack Mr. Radford, to ambush him, to hit him in the face with his mug, knock him to the ground, and that two grown men rolled around on the ground. And while Mr. Radford was pinned on the ground, he was able to draw the concealed firearm he was carrying on his right hip with his right hand. And what he will tell police is that when he initially draws that gun, he does the most instinctual thing. He immediately points it at the victim and he shoots him. And since he's right-handed, shooting at somebody who's facing him, he would shoot him on the left side. You will watch Gerald Radford literally demonstrate to the police, I shot him over here. Problem for Gerald Radford is the gunshot's over here. It's not in a position that makes any sense. And I will go to great lengths when the medical examiner is on to explain to you how medical examiners can literally open a human body and follow the path of a bullet through a body. So the medical examiner can tell you not only that the bullet goes here and comes to rest down here, but that that angle is downward, meaning that gun is up here, pointing downward. It's not here, pointing at the left side of the victim, as Mr. Radford initially tells the police. And that's what you're going to discover. What you're going to discover is that Gerald Radford gives multiple statements. He makes a 911 call. He gives an initial hour-long interview with police. He goes back to the scene with them. He does a walkthrough. It's on video. You'll get to watch it. A week later, they interview him again. A month later, they interview him again. And in every instance, there starts being new facts and changes to the facts that he's told. Gerald Radford will tell you that he was concussed and was so out of it that in the moment, he didn't remember all the facts. But as time went by, more facts came along. But listen to the facts that come along as the interviews and the moments progress. Because what you'll discover is that we'll get multiple interviews into this before Gerald Radford ever says anything like, oh, the victim had his finger on the trigger. The victim was trying to pull the trigger to shoot me. You won't hear that in the first initial interviews. Mr. Radford will very clearly demonstrate, I drew the gun with my right hand, I immediately pointed it up, and I fired. And somehow later, that will transform into the victim got his hands on the gun, both hands on the gun, and we were fighting over the gun, and now he's got his finger on the trigger, and he's trying to turn the gun towards me, and I somehow magically can disengage the safety and shoot him before he can do anything. So you will have to pay careful attention to what is said and when it is said, and how the details change as the case progresses. But there are also going to be some things that are just glaringly obvious to you. In the first interview with Mr. Radford, sitting down with detectives, the longest interview he gives, he says the following: I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I talked to him and treated him with respect, just like everybody else. That's the same Gerald Radford who will admit he called the victim a fucking faggot to his face. I swear to God, I never did a damn thing to that guy, and I don't know why he started on me. Well, you will discover that not so long ago, in a separate proceeding, Mr. Radford gave some testimony. And finally, about 2 months ago, Gerald Radford told us what this fight was really all about. You see, Gerald Radford and John Walter Lay were friends. Mr. Lay is a gay man. One day, Mr. Lay made the mistake of asking the defendant out for a beer on a date. And you will hear Mr. Radford say that. In fact, when we read the transcript, you will hear Mr. Radford first say, well, I was told I wasn't supposed to volunteer information. And I say, no, please, tell us whatever. And he admits that that's what the real dispute was. It wasn't about politics. It wasn't about COVID, mask mandates, vaccines. I'm sure those things happen too. But you will hear Gerald Radford tell you that what really dissolved their friendship, what really set us down the path of fucking faggot, I'll break your jaw, I want to kill him, you're going to die, is that a gay man asked him out. Gerald Radford also said, no, I don't think I ever threatened him. And at the back end of this trial, I will bring up a half dozen people who were all at that part, and they will tell you that in the days and the weeks leading up to this shooting, Gerald Radford was getting out of control. They will tell you that they were trying to intervene. They will tell you that they saw him aggressively approaching the victim, and they were worried that something was going to happen, and they were trying to talk reason to him, and he just wasn't having it. Ultimately, as I said, you will have to make a decision about whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense. And I submit to you that, ladies and gentlemen, self-defense is rooted in fear. You must be afraid you are going to die. You must be afraid someone is going to cause great bodily harm to you, not cuts and scratches on your face. And so you will literally hear it from the horse's mouth when Gerald Radford is asked, during this incident, were you in fear? His response is, what's fear? I didn't want to get my ass kicked. Yeah, I thought he was going to kick my ass. And still, the detectives take a second try at asking him, during this altercation, at any point were you in fear for your life? Well, after I got blood on my face, I was kind of scared. Yeah. You're going to hear Gerald Radford unprompted basically say the following: I should have just let him kick my ass and be done with it. I just needed him to stop beating me up. That's what I needed. When asked, Gerald Radford is not going to be on video saying, I thought I was going to die. Oh, he'll get to that later. He'll keep changing the facts. But in the first initial statement, he won't say, I thought I was going to die. He won't say, I thought he was going to kill me. He won't even say, I thought he was going to break my nose or pound my face in or, whatever. And so when this trial proceeds, I ask that you start and always think about what is the ultimate question that I submit to you will be at the end of this case. What was in the mind of Gerald Radford when he pulled the trigger and shot John Walter Lay? Was it fear? Was it the fear of death or great bodily harm? Or was it hate? And I submit to you at the end of this trial, you will find the defendant guilty as charged because you will decide everything tells you he had hate in his heart.
Thank you. Would the defense like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
May it please the court, good morning, court staff, counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are two sides to every story. And I know that that sounds cliche, but it's true. And what the state just told you is a story. It's their theory of what happened. And so now, using that same evidence, I'm going to tell you the story. And I'm going to tell you Mr. Radford's story. Because in this story, there are two men and two sides. Everyone, this is Darrell Radford. He is the man that sits before you, presumed innocent. He goes by Deck. People call him Deck. That's his nickname. And Deck, he was born in Ireland and spent most of his life being raised in New Jersey before settling down here in Florida with his wife. And he's been down here now for about 13 years. He has 3 sons, and of course he has his 4-legged babies. Mr. Radford is a veteran. He's an ex-Marine. And like many ex-military, he carries a firearm for protection. This is Florida. This is not unusual. So as you see, he's just a common man doing common things, going to the dog park every day, living a very common, quiet life. And that all came crashing down on February 2nd, 2024. It is a tragic day that has impacted the lives of 2 men forever. And the 2 men involved, Mr. Diaz is right, they were friendly, they were cordial, most importantly, they were peaceful. But unfortunately, as we stand here today, Mr. Lay, the other man in the story, he's no longer with us. But as you know, this story starts way before February 2nd, 2024. Both Deck, as he goes by, and Walt, Mr. Lay goes by Walt, were longtime regulars at this West Hampton dog park, nearly daily, same time in the morning. And there was a group of people there that were all friendly and got along and talked. And they became known as the morning crew. But you'll hear that around the time when COVID was becoming our life, that a rift began between Deck and Walt. And I'm sure you can remember in your memories very keenly what life became like during COVID and how polarizing it became. COVID was politicized. And many people, maybe even your loved ones and friends, you didn't see eye to eye on. And that's where this started. Okay, it's not about a date. It's about varying a misalignment of ideology. And unfortunately, the people at the dog park, the morning crew, they, just like the rest of society, kind of fell victim to this cleavage of ideology, and they began to splinter. And as they did so, the group kind of split down ideological lines, quote unquote, liberals and conservatives, right? And they would no longer sit together, stand together and talk, commingle. That had kind of ended. Now, my client, Deck, not shy about his views. Not going to pretend that he is. And some people may call these views harsh or extreme. Maybe you don't share them, maybe I don't share them, but they're not uncommon views. And when he expresses these views, yeah, he uses horrible language, horrible, vulgar language that you and I probably today would not use. But Deck is from another time. Jersey, he's a Yankee. He's from a different place. Okay, he grew up in the 60s and 70s. And that's a time when using a word like faggot was commonplace. It was like calling somebody ugly. It was just an insult. When I was a kid, and I'm dating myself now, but we tossed around the word gay a lot. And that had no implication of homosexuality. It was just a word. These are words, just insults. It is not, I implore you, indicative of a person who hates an entire subsection of our culture, let alone drive you to murder. And we concede that the state's going to parade many people before you. And it's going to be ad nauseum. You're going to hear the same thing over and over again. He uses this language.
She has an uphill battle as an attorney. Not only does it sound like they've got a lot of stuff against him, but everything he said, he's another Sarah Boone.
We know that. His views are harsh. We know that. He's aggressive. He's in your face. We know that. Well, Deck himself will tell you, I'm an asshole. I can be an asshole. So from the time of COVID on, this animosity begins to grow because Walt and Deck definitely do not see eye to eye. And Walt does not like the use of the slurs. But what you won't hear is at any point it becoming physical. Over those years, despite what was said, the horrible things that might have been said, it was never physical. So despite the bickering, and you can't tell me there wasn't bickering back and forth, despite that, Walt and Deck never got physical. Well, obviously that changed. That changed on February 2nd. And what started as a normal morning for these two men, taking their dogs to the dog park like they do every day for years, would turn dead. And that morning, at that time, there was only two people in that park, Deck and Walt. So there are no eyewitnesses. And there's no surveillance, and that's large in part due to a failure in the police investigation. So there's nobody that can tell us what happened that day except for Mr. Radford. So you are going to be forced to either rely on the state's version of events or the events as they occurred by somebody who was actually there. And we believe that the evidence you're going to see supports the fact that an altercation was started by Walter and Declan was forced to defend himself. According to Deck, he was the first one at the park. And Deck, at this time, had sadly just lost one of his dogs. And these dogs are like children to Deck, okay? And he was really struggling. And he was especially melancholy. And he was even more alienated from this group of mourning folks that got together because of the tragedy of losing his dog. He wasn't interacting with anybody. He was keeping to himself. And obviously, at some point there soon after, Walt arrived at the park with his two dogs. And now, it's going to be important to look at when you see the evidence and you see the pictures of the dog park, that when you pull up to the dog park in your car, not only can you see the parking lot and who's there and see whose car is there, but you can see the whole park. And so it would have been plainly obvious to Walt that not only was Declan in the park, but it was just going to be the two of them. Now, unfortunately, Walt's not here to tell us what caused the next decisions that he made or what he was doing. But we believe that he was fed up with the bullcrap at the dog park, fed up with it, tired of the arguing, tired of it. And when he sees Deck there, he makes a beeline for him. And Deck is over by those washing tubs that Mr. Diaz talked about. And in coming at him, Walt could have made the decision to walk around this platform and go to the other side. But instead, he walks around to the same side that Declan's on. And as he does this, he says to him, "Why do you come here? We fucking hate you here." Deck says some time passes, and before he knows it, whack, he's hit in the face with some object. And Deck was knocked to the ground, and the next thing you know, Walter is over the top of him. And he is using part of his body to pin down Declan's left leg. Well, we surmise that it was in that fall, in that initial scuffle, that Declan, when falling to the ground, dropped and broke his mug. So once they're down on the ground, Walt began to, what Dex referred to as hammer fist him. So hit it, striking him like this. Now remember, he's over the top of him. He's not punching him directly. He's beating down on him like this, over and over and over again. And this is consistent, by the way, with the evidence you're going to see, including bruising to the outer part of Walt's hands and lots of it, covering what you wind up seeing are pretty deep abrasions on the knees of Walt, which tells us he was on his knees over Declan. So now,
Sorry, I was muted again, you guys. I apologize. I was just showing you guys that was on Fox 13. It's kind of a boring trial. That was on Fox 13 if you guys wanted to go back and switch over and watch it. It's on the second day of trial right now. The opening statements were yesterday. Sounds like just a grumpy old man that lived old school life and wasn't afraid to tell people what he thought. And it came around and got the best of him. There's a lot of, you see, like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, remember the movie theater where the old man shot the guy in front of him? And then he was like a grumpy old man. And then there was another one where the grumpy old man shot the kids that broke into his house. He was waiting on them. He set a trap. All right. Grandpa trials. We're not going there right now. I wanted to, for some reason, this video that I did about a week or two ago did not get a lot of views. And I don't know if it's because of the time that I posted it and what was going on, but I thought we would watch it together because I just thought it was just a really interesting story. It may be old news to you guys because it is over a year old, but um, again, we're 7 hours, almost 8 hours into this. No updates from the courts. But as soon as we get an update from the court, I will switch over as soon as I've got the audio up. So I'll just interrupt whatever we're watching. So let's go over and watch this real quick.
Is really gaining now a lot of national attention, has even rather. Alicia Navarro, the missing Arizona teenager who disappeared in 2019, she was located this week after walking into a police station in Montana.
An amazing story out of Arizona happened in 2023 when Alicia Navarro, the Arizona teen who vanished in 2019, reappeared 4 years later. She was reunited with her family in November of 2023. Navarro disappeared after running away from her home in Glendale on September the 15th of 2019. She was just 14 years old at the time. Alicia asked her mother, Jessica Nunez, if she could stay home from school a couple of days before her disappearance on September 13th of 2019. Nunez agreed, figuring that Alicia may have been feeling nervous about starting class. The pair spent the next day visiting a chocolate factory together. Alicia seemed happy that day. In the hours of September 15th, after asking her mother what time she would be going to bed, Alicia vanished. Nunez found a note from Alicia in her bedroom saying, "I ran away. I will be back. I swear. I'm sorry, Alicia." Up until their reunion, Nunez had not seen or heard from her daughter since reading that note. Although Alicia had autism, her mother said she was a cautious person, so it would have been unusual for her to be fooled so easily. She mostly kept to herself but had a small group of friends that she had known since kindergarten. Glendale Police Department followed up on thousands of leads after Alicia vanished. It was also the first time Arizona issued a silver alert for someone who was not an elderly person with dementia. In 2022, police reported that they were getting at least one tip a week with possible sightings reported inside and outside of the country, but there was no concrete evidence that Alicia was abducted. Her mother partnered with private investigative agencies, put up billboards, appeared on television programs, and used social media to find her daughter. The note that she left suggested that she didn't plan on being gone very long, and she left clothes in her closet, some of her favorite things, also suggested to the police that she herself didn't know she wouldn't be returning. On July 23rd of 2023, she told officers in Montana she wished to be taken off the missing persons list because she wanted to begin her life as an adult.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Santiago. I'm the media manager here at the Glendale Police Department. We want to first start off by telling you all thank you for your coverage on this announcement today. It is a major announcement for us here at the Glendale Police Department. I want to start off by saying that there's a lot of mixed emotions with this particular announcement that we're having. We are happy, and at the same time, we're hopeful that we will be able to supply this family a little bit more closure. With that, I would like to tell you that Alicia Navarro has been located. She is by all accounts safe. She is by all accounts healthy, and she is by all accounts happy. She was located in a very small town in Montana near the Canadian border. We can tell you that she went to a local police department in that area. She identified herself as Alicia Navarro. And at that point, our officers went into investigation mode. We conducted several types of interviews. And not only through those interviews, but through the help of Alicia's family themselves, we are confident that the person that we are talking with and are dealing with is indeed Alicia Navarro.
Thank you, Jose. Again, Lieutenant Scott Waite, Glendale Police Department. We want you to know that we are continuing to investigate. We immediately responded to the area, and with the help of the United States Marshal Service, as well as the FBI, we've been able to continue this investigation, to make contact with Alicia, to reunite her with her family, and only begin to put together the puzzle, which is her disappearance and her returning. I would ask patience, not only for us as law enforcement, in this investigation, but patience for Alicia and for her family. And as much as we'd like to say this is the end, we know this is probably only the beginning of where this investigation will go, and that we will continue to work with our state, local, federal partners, and even across state lines to make sure that Alicia has everything that she needs, that she's taken care of, that her family is getting the help that they need, and that most importantly, that this investigation is completed thoroughly and done correctly. Thank you.
We also have a message from Alicia herself, who is asking for privacy. This has been a traumatic situation for her, as you can imagine, but she is looking to be able to move on in her life. She's looking to build a life for herself, and she's asking for some privacy and patience as well. We can tell you that when she showed up to the police department, she was by herself. She's been by herself each time, and she's been cooperative.
From the statements that she made, this started as a runaway situation. She reiterated as much, but there are, of course, more dynamics at play as you start to put together the puzzle. I would say that all options are on the table, and we will not discount anything until we've done a full and complete investigation. I mean, there's always the potential that somebody could face charges. As this investigation unfolds and we get more clarification on what happened to her, that's certainly a possibility. But I can't say that there's anything imminent or pending at this time.
She showed up to a police department. She identified herself as Alicia Navarro, and she basically asked for help to clear her off of a missing juvenile list. She, by all accounts, went on her own free will. She is not in any kind of trouble. She's not facing any kind of charges. She is not being held anywhere. She is coming and going at her own free will, and she has been extremely cooperative with not only our folks, but our federal partners as well. She's overwhelmed. She realizes that there's been a lot of attention on this case. She is very knowledgeable as far as that's concerned. Right now, her priority is to work with us. She wanted to talk to her mom, and she wanted to make sure her mother knew she was okay. And we're taking it day by day, step by step with her.
From every indication that she's given us, and again, it's very early in the investigation, and I need to stress again patience and that it is early, but every indication she's given us so far is that she willfully left her home, her own free will and choice. Now, the dynamics surrounding that decision are obviously something that we're looking into. In any investigation like this, there's a criminal element. Of course there is. We want to search and find the answers. If there was any criminal intent behind it, certainly not from her, but from others involved. And then there's also the assistance side of it. To us, she is a victim, and we need to provide services to her, whether that be mental or just health-wise, or just helping her get her life back in order. So there's certainly a lot of different things that we want to make sure, not only for Alicia, but her family, that we cover all the steps that we can. I can say that she didn't require any immediate medical attention or any medical attention since we've been with her. Again, I think Jose said it well. She seems happy and healthy to the extent that she can be, given the circumstance.
We will be emailing out to your desks a photograph that was taken of her when she arrived at the police department. I will tell you, just to be direct, she doesn't look much different than she did when she disappeared. She is 18 years old. She's getting ready to turn 19, but her appearance is still that of a very young-looking young lady. Alicia is, by all accounts, again, she just appears to be in good spirits. She really just wants to move on with her life. She is very apologetic to what she has put her mother through, has expressed that, and she understands that she caused a lot of pain to her mother, and it was not intentional on her behalf, and she's hopeful that they can have a relationship.
At the time, the identity of the man that she was found with was not released. However, he was detained and questioned. A development in the case came on October of 2023 when a man who was living with Navarro was arrested.
hours after Glendale police revealed she was alive. Witnesses reported seeing a team of heavily armed law enforcement officers enter an apartment and taking a man into custody a few blocks away from that Havre police station Wednesday night.
During the investigation, police said they found a phone with sexually explicit photos of other children. The man, whom authorities have identified as Edmund Davis, is 36 years old. He was charged with 2 felony counts of abuse of children related to material found on his cell phone, not for charges related to Alicia.
You're charged under count 1 with sexual abuse of children, a felony, in violation of 45.5, 625, subsection 1E of the Montana Code Annotated. As to count 1, how do you plead today, sir?
Not guilty.
As to count 2, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, not guilty pleas will be entered. You may have a seat.
A judge has ordered him to have no contact with Alicia.
Alicia has autism, and neighbors previously told the Associated Press that she had been living with Davis and he was her boyfriend for about a year.
Did anybody hurt you in any way?
No, no one hurt me.
Okay, because our goal is we just want to make sure that you're safe.
I don't I understand that.
Thank you very much for talking with us.
Of course. Thank you for offering help to me.
Yes, ma'am. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
The important thing is that she is alive. While being missing for nearly 4 years, police say Alicia told them she hadn't been harmed, wasn't being held, and could come and go as she pleased.
First priorities, medical and dental care. Our source says Alicia still has her braces on her teeth from 4 years ago. They're also planning how the teen can complete her schooling.
To this day, we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with this man that she had been living with. It's clear that Edmund Davis is a predator. It's clear that he took advantage of a young child with autism. So where are the charges and what is going to happen?
But what she's been doing since September 15th, 2019 is still unclear.
There's still a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving pieces. And I think information's probably going to continue to come out for the next weeks, months, maybe even years.
Alicia's mother has told Fox 10 in previous reports that her daughter enjoyed online gaming, could have been lured away from home.
Maybe there's some kind of legal loophole that keeps them from being able to arrest him, since she did technically leave a note that she ran away.
Documents say this led them to believe that further information could be gathered about how Alicia came to be living in Havre, Montana. That information not public yet.
We're still trying to get to the bottom of exactly how did Alicia Navarro end up in Montana and didn't pop back up on the radar until 5 years after her disappearance. He's got materials of children that are under the age of 12, which has a mandatory 100-year sentence and a 25-year parole restriction, meaning he would not be eligible for any kind of parole for at least 25 years.
A spokesman for the Glendale Police Department said, "Our portion of this investigation is still active and open, so we will not make further comments on our portion of the case. We won't in order to not only preserve the investigation, but out of respect for Alicia and her family." Alicia is now 20 years old and is living with her family outside of Arizona.
Statement from Alicia's family to Fox 10 reads in part, "We want to start by saying how happy we are that Alicia has been found alive and safe. It is a blessing that after being missing for so long, Alicia can come back home. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all the families of missing loved ones that have not yet returned home. If there is anything that Alicia's story has taught us, is that you can never give up hope."
While Alicia's story still has holes that need to be filled, it can at least provide some hope to loved ones who are left waiting for answers for their missing person. Oh, I am muted because I wasn't on stage. Sorry, guys. Okay. So we're here waiting still at 8 hours, 11 minutes, 25 seconds. Will it ever occur? Julie said, you know what? Maybe it's the kidnapping charge that's got him off. And Bob Kitten says, well, I think they're trying to figure out which category fits the guilty verdict. I agree with you on that. Both of you guys, I had forgotten about the kidnapping charge. They probably last night said, you know what, we know that he is. They probably came to the conclusion that it was guilty, but now they just have to figure out all the logistics of it. But all right, let's watch something different, you guys. I need to pick me up. I don't know why we're drawn to this, Charles. I don't know what it is about it, but for God's sakes, it's like it's the gift that keeps on giving. And again, I will interrupt this if the jury comes back on the Collin Griffith trial.
We are back on the record. Then appearances are as they were before. State have their next witness available.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury back out.
Don't consent to being called by the name that this court chooses to identify me by. I want to state for the record that I'm here as a third-party intervener on special appearance on behalf of my client. Can that be noted for the record?
Was noted this morning.
May it be noted again for the record so that we can keep the record clear and accurate.
The appearances
accurate
are as they were this morning.
Yes, he said accurate, Bruiser.
Bring the jury out.
And we have yet to address subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor. I still haven't been shown any verified proof that
All rise.
this court has subject matter jurisdiction. And at this point, may I request an affidavit that you, Your Honor, have no bias, no conflict of interest, and no interest in the outcome of this case?
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming out. We'll address your legal issues later, if I deem them appropriate.
Judge, do you hold the full
Mr.
judicial
Brooks,
power of the
please,
state, or is this the
please.
military
All right,
power?
can you please take the jury out? Thank you.
Do you hold the full
Mr. Brooks, just wait
jurisdiction?
till the jury's out, please. I ask that you show that respect.
I will.
Thank you.
My word.
Everyone else can be, you all can be seated. Mr. Brooks, just make your statements. What do you want to advise the court today?
I want to first state again for the record that I do not identify by that name, nor do I consent to being called that name. Your Honor, with all respect, I'm merely asking you, do you have the full judicial power of the state, or is this military power?
I'm sorry? I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
I'm asking,
And on what legal basis are you making that request?
I'm asking for the record, is this a common law court or an admiralty court?
I have no idea what I'm asking.
What are we in here? And I'm requesting an affidavit that you, Your Honor, have no bias, no conflict of interest, or no interest in the outcome of this case. And the reason why I want to state this clearly for the record, mainly is because of the bias that's been shown. I have not been getting any certified copies of any requests that I've made, which I was told by this court to address inmate communication forms for anything that I may need. I've done that. I've complied with that. Every time I've needed something of the court pertaining to documents, I've done it the way the court has asked me. And I've always stated that I wanted everything to be certified. I have yet to even get that. My court docket sheet was not a certified copy. When I asked Your Honor of your oath of office, I asked for that to be certified. You stated for the record that you would not give me a certified copy of your oath of office, which you are required to show if I ask for it. I've brought up my Sixth Amendment constitutional right that has been pretty much discarded, and that is based on the fact that I have the right to face my accuser, which would be the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, in this matter. They have yet to show that a claim is I mean, a living human being can only make a claim. An entity cannot make a claim. I've requested for the complaint to be provided. The complaint from November 23 of 2021, the amended complaint from November 29th of 2021, the second amended complaint from January 12 of this year, 2022. I have yet to see those. There was no record of a bond in my docket sheet. I asked for that to be verified by proof. That hasn't been provided. There's so many biases, clear biases in questions that are not being asked based on judicial determinations made by Your Honor. You look at the discrepancies, and I think they're clear.
Clearly,
I think at minimum I deserve for the subject matter jurisdiction to be verified and proven. I've raised that issue numerous times, pretty much every day, every time I come before your court, Your Honor, I address that, and it has yet to be proven. My filings have been disregarded, even though they've been filed into the record, even though they've been time stamped. I haven't got the original copies of any of them, which I'm supposed to get. And as we sit here today, I'm still not even understanding the nature and cause of the charges. That hasn't even been proven. Can that be provided in any way? I'm basically sitting here confused because I don't understand why these proceedings are allowed to continue when there's so many things that have not been provided. They haven't been provided in my discovery. They haven't been provided to me by being brought to my pod where I'm housed in the jail. I'm without so much information, valid information to this matter. And I believe that it should be verified and it should be proven for the record. And if not, I move for this case to be dismissed for failure to appear by the plaintiff and failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted.
he really thought he could wear him down, didn't he?
Everything that I'm saying, it has merit and it has validity. As we sit here today, I'm still being charged with charges that shouldn't even exist based on the testimony that we've heard for the last few days. There's so many things left to still be proven. The prosecution team hasn't even proven that they're licensed to practice law in Wisconsin. They haven't proven, are they just bar association members, or do they have state issued licenses? That has not been proven, which I've raised that issue for the record. I'm not even sure if that was even recorded in the docket sheet. There's so many things, and Your Honor, you still haven't stated for the record if you have full judicial power of the state or is this military power. That hasn't been proven. Nothing has been proven. Not subject matter jurisdiction, not licenses to practice law. My Sixth Amendment right has been basically trampled over.
He's like, I read my manual last night.
have been shown. Neither of the three that I've requested
My sovereign
by the
citizen
way that
manual.
you told me to request them by inmate communication. Nothing is certified that I get copies of when I clearly asked for them to be certified and to be filed into the record. It's to the point where Your Honor, you should recuse yourself from the presiding at this point. If you're not going to abide by the oath that you swore.
If anybody has a recipe for recuse, could you please send it to me? Thanks.
Which was in your oath, correct? You swore to protect the Constitution of the United States. You swore to protect we the people. That is not being done here. If every valid argument that I raised is taken by the court as a sign of disrespect or a sign of trying to intentionally be disruptive or causing a problem, when I'm merely seeking understanding, because I don't understand. I'm merely seeking to understand why this information has yet to be provided and we're this far into this matter. And there's still no verified proof. Even as I sit now saying this, there's still no proof being provided. Zero. How is this case allowed to continue without these documents and filings being verified? Is there any legal factual basis that can state why this information has not been provided? Why the docket sheet is incorrect? Why there's so much on the docket sheet that should be on record that's not even in there? That if we had the recordings of the record, they would see was brought up numerous times that doesn't even show up. I'm just asking for Your Honor to be fair, which is another right that I have, the right to a fair trial and the right to an impartial jury. I can go on and on and on about what's not being done. I have, again,
I can go on and on and on because they sent me a bunch of stuff last night and I decided to finally read my sovereign citizen's manual.
I say I have the right to face my accuser. Where's the injured party? Who's making the claim? I asked Your Honor numerous times for Your Honor's name. You wouldn't answer. I asked, did you have a claim against me? You did not answer. I asked the whole courtroom, did anyone have a claim against me? No one said anything, which you stated for the record a non-responsive answer. A non-responsive answer is an agreement, which will be a tactic agreement by you, Your Honor, that you don't have to answer these questions that you should be answering. I have that right. The plaintiff in this matter, which was stated by witnesses in testimony to be the state of Wisconsin. But when I asked, do they see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom, the question is shut down, which is a valid question. The plaintiff should be present in this matter. Where is the plaintiff? Who's bringing the claim? Because we know an entity can't bring a claim. It has to be a living, breathing human being. No one is stated for the record if they're the injured party. Not Your Honor, not the prosecutors, not anyone in the court has stated to be an injured party in this matter. No one. Not one person. I have the right to demand that the court place in the evidence any unrevealed contract. Has that been provided to me? Have that been placed in the evidence?
Probably.
I would like to see it.
It's been
which
provided,
is my right.
And you threw it in the trash.
I have the right to inform the jury about the truth in their duty, in their rights. That's the First Amendment and the Sixth Amendment. But I'm repeatedly told to shut the question down when this is valuable information that the jury should be privileged to know. They deserve to know. Once they were chosen to sit on this jury, why are we keeping information away from them that they deserve to know? They ultimately have the power. They decide the matter. Why are we keeping information, valuable information, from their knowledge? That's a disservice to the jury.
Disservice.
And frankly, it's a disservice to the court that they're not allowed to hear things that they should know, that they should be informed of. It's our right to inform them of everything that they have the power to know, to do, and to know. They deserve that much. It would be a travesty for them to make a decision without being fully informed. And these are all valid things. I have the right to protest and object if any of my rights or demands are not being met. I've done that numerous times, only to be shut down. Numerous times.
We'll be serving
raised,
oatmeal at the next meeting.
The issues that I didn't consent to anything that may have been suggested on behalf of my former attorneys. I've never even consented to them making a plea on my behalf. I haven't, as a matter of fact, when it comes to a plea, I haven't even had the opportunity to entertain any plea that may have been suggested by the prosecution. We haven't even talked about that. Not one time was it ever brought to my attention that the prosecution even wanted to offer a plea. That's another issue. I have the right to challenge the jurisdiction of this court, which I've done numerous times. I have the right to demand that the code be construed in harmony with the common law. I just raised that. I'm constantly referred to as pro se when I've raised the issue that I'm pro per. I have the right to conduct my defense pro per, free from professional restrictions imposed upon licensed attorneys, which this court is well aware that I am not a licensed attorney.
Yes, we are.
In fact, the court is also aware that I only had 3 days to prepare for a trial that the prosecution has been prepared for a whole year. We see these boxes right here. This box alone is 45 or 50 pounds full of so much information. I haven't even gone through half of it.
We know.
It was stated for the record that the discovery, in its entirety, was brought to my housing unit on the 29th of September, which trial was scheduled, that would be a Thursday, which trial was scheduled for Monday. How can I possibly go through all that, all the paperwork, all the digital discovery and things of that nature? How can I go through all of that and be prepared in 3 days? That's a clear bias. I did not have time.
Every time I hear him do this, I want to go back to that video that I made where I inserted all the stuff, the back when she was explaining all this to him. If you guys haven't seen that video, I'm going to clip it. I'm going to put the link down below because you got to watch it.
Time to prepare for this. Everything I'm doing is off the top of my head, winging it, taking it as it comes. When the court is well aware that I was not prepared, I raised the issue that it should be an adjournment, at least. At the minimum, it should be an adjournment because of that fact, at least to let me go through all the discovery. That was denied. No valid reason was stated for that when Your Honor knew there is no possible way, humanly possible, that I could be ready for a trial of this magnitude in 3 days. That's clear bias. I have the right to face the injured party claiming damages. That's under Article 3 and the 6th Amendment. I raised that issue again. Where's the injured party? Is the injured party present in court right now? Can anyone make a claim against me? Can you make a claim against me, Your Honor? Do you know of anyone that can make a claim against me, Your Honor? Can anyone right now in court, anyone, make a claim against me? And because of that, Your Honor, the motion to dismiss should be granted based on that alone. There's no injured party in this matter. So who makes the claim? Who? I have the right to put the judge on notice of my intent to appeal in any ruling decisions during the case. You stated for the record that I would have to wait until appealing process, but my right is that I can raise that issue during the case, which I've attempted to do. That's been shut down. I have the right to specifically reserve all of my rights, which I do at the beginning. I have the right to say what I want and to be heard under the First Amendment. And when I attempt to do that, it's taken as a slight to the court, a disrespect to the court, or me intentionally coming into the court to be disrespectful, which I've stated that is not my intention. Never is it my intention. I never intend to walk into your courtroom, Your Honor, and be disrespectful intentionally. I never come into this courtroom to disrespect anyone. But because I don't understand, I raise these issues because they have validity. I have the right to object to anybody.
Yeah, I feel like we've covered everything dealing with that form. I don't understand the stressing the form that we just spent so much time going over. I think you were more than clear. You were advising us of exactly what the form meant. And I think you were pretty clear.
And that was on the record.
Anyone in this county would not have some type of connection or some type of knowledge, whether they were told something by someone that they may know. The news reporting alone, just that alone, there's no way that this trial should be taking place in Waukesha County. That's obvious. That's obvious from the way the motion was presented, the coverage alone, the political campaign ads that plastered the defendant's face all over the TV every single day. Every time a political campaign was brought up, it made reference to this incident. Every single time. The fact that people have children that go to the same schools in this county, that people may have worked with the same people in this county. You yourself, Your Honor, stated that you at one time worked with the father of one of the people that was injured in this matter. That is a clear conflict of interest right there. You also stated for the record that not only did you work with this father, but that at one time they may have donated to your, I don't know if it was to you becoming a judge, or I would have to look through the docket, but you said it on the record that they donated money to a cause of yours. You also stated that when you had gained knowledge of the incident and that their family member was injured in the incident, that you reached out via phone. I don't recall if it was text message or an actual phone conversation, but you put that on the record. You also stated that the nature of your relationship was strictly professional. I don't know about you, Your Honor, but I've worked numerous jobs and I know what professional relationships is and personal relationships. I've never had the cell phone number of anyone that was a personal relationship saved to my phone that I could reach out immediately when I learned something. That would constitute a personal relationship of some kind. whether hanging out from time to time, having a cup of coffee, or hanging out time from time, grabbing a beer, or hanging out from time to time, watching a game, or anything of that nature. It would definitely be more than just strictly professional. That was stated for the record. Again, I go back to the Sixth Amendment again.
He's running out of stuff.
In terms of when I asked for the motion for the evidence motion that I raised.
Thank you, Angelica.
Without any explanation. That would be strictly to place in the evidence any unrevealed contract. That's under the Sixth Amendment. Clearly, there's been repeated violations of my Sixth Amendment. We all know that the United States Constitution is the law of the land, period. It trumps everything. We also know that any law repugnant of the Constitution is null and void. We know that. There's still no basis for the motions being shot down. Why was I not granted the motion for finding a fact? Why did it take so long for me to be brought my entire motion for discovery? Why was the motion to prove jurisdiction not verified? Why was the motion to dismiss the case for all the reasons I said not being granted?
Why were you born?
Which brings me to the motion to subpoena witnesses. I did everything that was asked of me by the court pertaining to those subpoenas. It was understood by the court that this is my first time ever having to do this. I didn't understand how to properly fill out the subpoenas, at which the prosecution volunteered that they would give assistance. The only assistance I received was for them to check to see if it was filled out right.
Oh, give me a break. He
That
lies.
was it. That doesn't amount to any assistance. I was still left to fill it out on my own. And then when I did that, corrections still had to be made, which would verify what I was saying. I don't know how to do this. But I still complied to what the court asked of me. And even then, it was a big old thing about the subpoenas. I can't subpoena the plaintiff in the case. Well, how can I not subpoena the plaintiff in the case when under the Sixth Amendment, I have the right to face my accuser, which is the plaintiff of the case? So how could the subpoena not be filed? And how could the plaintiff not be called to the witness stand? That begs the question of, does the plaintiff even exist? Which it was stated for the record that not only by a witness, a Detective Casey, that got on the stand and said on the record that is an entity, which is not a living, breathing human being. And then it was stated again by you on the record, Your Honor, that the plaintiff is an entity. So the question still stands. How can an entity bring a claim if it's not a living human being? So where's the claim? Will the plaintiff in this matter, the state of Wisconsin, be allowed to testify? Would they be allowed to be in the courtroom? Because they don't exist. Therefore, the claim doesn't exist. For all those reasons that I just stated, the case should have been dismissed a long time ago. Once those issues were raised, this case should have been dismissed. And at the very minimum, it should have been dismissed because those still have yet to be proven. We're still talking about jurisdiction. That's been being asked for over a week. There's still no providing of license to practice law yet. Not even by you, Your Honor.
He's going back to repeating himself now.
Why was I not provided with a certified copy of your oath of office?
And stamped.
Why would you not state the name that is on file with the Secretary of the State? Or I made reference the first time to the Secretary of the Treasury, and then you stated on the record that it's the Secretary of State, even though you knew what I was referring to when I asked. You referred to your name tag, but that's not the name registered. We both know that. So why wasn't that proof verified? You gave me a copy of your oath of office, but it's not certified. So how can I verify that that is the true oath of office that you signed? How can I verify that it's valid? That's the reason why I asked for it to be certified, which you stated for the record you will not do that. You never stated any legal reason why. I have the right to ask for that legally. I also have the right to call any witnesses to assist my defense, which is the main reason why I subpoenaed the plaintiff in this matter. I also have the right to challenge all relevant laws in this trial in terms of their intent, interpretation, fairness, enforcement, and whether they serve and protect the people. From my knowledge, the design
his knowledge like
of
it's
the
so
statutes
huge.
of the law was written for the common people to understand. So that would mean the final determination or interpretation of what the law says comes down to the people. You know this, Your Honor. Are you not a public servant? You also know that this docket sheet is inaccurate. Every filing up until the point that I started representing myself was filed in a name that was represented by all capital letters, which is not my name. Nor has it ever been my name, nor have I ever seen that name or individual.
He is so stupid.
Every single filing or paperwork was all in capital letters. Ever since September 29th, roughly around there, now everything starts to go to lowercase letters. Why is that? What prompted the sudden change? I still have filings that have all capital letters, which I state every time I come into your courtroom, Your Honor, that is not my name, nor do I consent or agree to being called that name. I'm merely here as a third-party intervener.
Are the capital letter
on
things a
behalf of my
sob sit
client.
thing? Is that where he's getting that from?
Did I accept for value in return for value? We go through this every time I come here. Every time. You bring up Illinois versus Allen when we had the issue of me being removed from the courtroom. We went through that where Illinois versus Allen states that there are 3 options when a defendant is being disruptive in court. You stated for the record that you identified a 4th one, which is not cited anywhere in that case. It's not cited anywhere. So the question would be, how did you come up with a 4th option that's not written in that case? Did you take it upon yourself to add this 4th option to justify denying me my constitutional right by being present? You could have done the 3 that were stated. Any one of the 3 you could have done that were stated in the case. Nowhere does it say you can create a 4th option. Not upholding my constitutional rights. I'm sure you know about Title 18, USCS 2381, which states that it's treason not to uphold your oath of office. Treason. You repeatedly make judicial determinations that clearly prejudice in my defense. And then when I question you about, are you making judicial determinations, I'm repeatedly shut down. Which leads to today. The constant push not to have an informed jury. Not giving legal valid grounds on objections, not noting objections for the record to make sure that the record is clear. I'm sure somewhere in the jury instructions, you informed them that the state of Wisconsin was bringing a claim. But then you make the judicial determination that I'm not allowed to ask questions about the plaintiff. That's clear bias. And it prejudices my defense. You know also that you have an electronic filing system. I find it hard to believe that I was told yesterday about my subpoena for the plaintiff that I had to wait for a filing in a timestamp when I've seen it done numerous times in just a few seconds right in front of my face. When the prosecution needs something filed, it's filed immediately. I have to wait, or I have to wait to the next day. That's a clear bias and a clear prejudice to my defense. Obviously, the court knows that I'm not privileged to the same filing system. Which brings me to the reason why I brought up the issue of assistance of counsel. Under the Sixth Amendment, I have the right to assistance of counsel. It doesn't say anything about representing yourself without assistance of counsel. Having counsel represent you and having assistance of counsel is two totally different things. You, Your Honor, gave me paperwork that was a waiver of counsel. We both know that any contract can be altered if I don't agree to certain terms.
Really?
I crossed out everything in that paperwork that I did not agree or consent to, and specifically wrote on that paperwork that I do not waive my right to assistance of counsel. At the very least, I should have been awarded a standby counsel. Not someone to represent me, to speak for me, but someone to help me do things in a timely fashion.
A
Get
secretary.
things filed in a timely fashion. Get motions together in a timely fashion. Make preparations to get things done that I don't have the privilege to do in my current situation of being housed at the Waukesha County Jail. I gave you back that paperwork and you accepted the paperwork that I altered, that you understood that I didn't agree and consent to those things that were altered. You accepted it and you filed it. That is in the record. I have copies of the same paperwork that you accepted. So when you accepted that with no objection, that becomes a tacit agreement.
Tacit. I don't even know how to pronounce it.
But yet I'm still forced to come in here with zero help. I think it's clear that prejudiced my defense. Knowing that the prosecution has everything that they need for this matter at their fingertips. And I have to jump through every hoop possible to even get things filed in a timely fashion. It was stated for the record that the unit that I'm housed in the Waukesha County Jail, and per jail administrator Angela Wallenhoff, that I'm only allowed out of my cell for a few hours a day. So I'm roughly locked down 22 hours a day, not given the privilege to access everything that I should be able to at the time that I should be if I was general population. Arrangements could have been made months ago for me to be at least in some form general population with an upcoming trial. Reference was made to being able to use LexisNexis or whatever it's called. We call it the law library. That may be the easier way to describe it. I'm only allowed to access the law library at certain times during the day. The rule of the jail is that when you're not in the day room, you can't access the law library, which is on tablets. We are not allowed to have those tablets in our cells. That prejudiced my defense. How can I work on my case? How can I look up certain case laws? How can I do any of this if I don't have full access to it? I even suggested some type of order that can be made by the court to allow me more time out of my cell or to talk to jail administration about allowing me more time out of my cell to be able to use those when needed. And to be frank, in a proceeding of this magnitude, there should not be even a time where I don't have access to the materials that I need. If I'm not in the courtroom or sleeping, I should be awarded the time to work on this case, seeing as how I only had a couple days to prepare for a trial of this magnitude. Which brings me back again to the change of venue again. Even right now with trial going on, there's still political ads being shown every day that reference this incident. There's still talk throughout the jail about it. There's been a ton of hate mail received to the jail since the beginning of this. It did die down for a little bit, but it picked right back up the closer we got to the trial. Hate mail that comes from people right here in the city of Waukesha. Which gives more credibility to the venue needing to be changed. Yet and still, that was denied. It's impossible for impartial jury to be found in this county. And that's not to discredit people in the county that can be impartial. It would be unfair to say that no one can be impartial. That would be accurate. But with the level of scrutiny that this whole incident has, the reporting, the Facebook groups, the constant, there were Facebook groups created because of this.
He has to have gotten that from his mom. How would he know that?
The reporting live stream on Court TV has comment sections where a lot of insensitive and nasty things are said.
Really insensitive? Really? You go in there?
The sheer insensitivity of some of the things that are said on there. I know a lot of people probably don't care about what I'm about to say, but it still needs to be said because it's truth.
You're right, we don't.
The fact of the matter is, that I have children too.
Oh God, this is sad.
Family too, loved ones too. That also have been ridiculed and had their names drugged to the mud and have threats towards them.
And I didn't give a crap about them until it was convenient for me to use them in trial to help me with my defense.
Loved ones that had to leave their home because they were getting threats thrown through their mailbox. Children that didn't feel safe going to school because they were getting bullied behind what was being said. And that's not to sweep anything under the rug whatsoever. To constantly say and report this incident as attack, terrorism. It's unfair and it's insensitive. It's a definite tragedy, definite. And that will never be swept under the rug.
Trying to be dramatic now.
There's always going to be healing that has to take place. It's going to be difficult. And that should not be swept under the rug whatsoever. But it's very insensitive and unfair to not recognize that there's many other victims that never is talked about. And for people to paint a certain picture, mostly from this county, to put this picture out there, it's not only hurtful, but it's insensitive, and it's not true. I'm sure the court read through the motion for a change of venue. I'm assuming, though it was a lot of paperwork in those motions. I think it was obvious that the venue should have been changed. Obvious. It's too many connections and it's too close. It's too close. If there was any chance for a fair trial and an impartial jury, it should not have been in this county.
Is he done yet?
But yet it was denied without any validity. Zero. There's so much bias that's going on that and even with all this, for the record, we still have no proof of jurisdiction. We still have no bond on file in the docket sheet. We still have no plaintiff. We still have no claim. We're not sure of the relationship between you, Your Honor, and a father of one of the people that was injured.
He's going back through his bullet points.
Clear on that relationship, no matter how well prepared the speech was, because it was a prepared speech. That was obvious. Where's the proof? I just asked that same question. Can an affidavit be given that there is no bias, no conflict of interest, and no interest in the outcome of this case? There still is no proof if you hold the full judicial power of the state, or is it the military power?
Mr. Brooks, I've given you about 50 minutes to
pull on the plug.
Various arguments. You've now repeated yourself a number of times. So I'm going to turn to the state to see if they have any response.
Opera she goes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I'm going to summarize what I just heard by quoting from a case from the Eastern District of Wisconsin, federal case found at 2022 Westlaw 3045190.
Can you repeat that last?
I'm so sorry. 3045190. Retzloff versus Moran. The This case is talking about many of the topics that Mr. Brooks has now recited to the court, and simply states the majority of Retzlaff's filing is incomprehensible jargon and cut and paste legal mumbo jumbo. Sovereign citizen theories are frivolous and wholly without merit. The court goes on to cite to Bay, B-E-Y, versus the state of Indiana at 847, Fed 3rd, 559, on pages 559 through 560, a Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals decision from 2017. Mr. Brooks knowingly.
Didn't call that name, nor do I know any individual by that name, Your Honor.
Please do the courtesy of not interrupting the state, as they did not interrupt you for over the almost 50 minutes that you spoke. Thank you. Please continue.
Your Honor, the record is very clear that Mr. Brooks knowingly, willingly, voluntarily, and intelligently insisted on representing himself in this trial. He has no constitutional right to stand by counsel, none whatsoever. The court patiently went through the form and advised him of many of the things he's complaining about here today: the resources of the state, the knowledge of the law, his ignorance of the law. And his words to this court, and I quote to the best of my ability, "It don't make me flinch one bit." That's what he told this court, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago. Now he's here complaining over and over and over again how unfair this is to him. It's highly offensive. I don't know, because unfortunately I was talking to my investigator if he accused this court of treason, but I certainly heard that word come out of his mouth, and it is absolutely shocking that he would throw such a word around so loosely in this courtroom. This court has been exceedingly patient, exceedingly respectful of his rights at every turn, at every turn. I want to address this claim that he only had 3 days to prepare for trial. It's absolutely a false statement. The record should reflect that he does have 3 banker's boxes on his table. The record should reflect that every time the state calls a witness to the stand, he swiftly and easily turns to those boxes, which appear to be alphabetized or organized in some fashion by the public defenders who turned it over to him, and quickly removes the folder of the witness who's testifying and effectively cross-examines that witness using notes from the public defender. We know that because he's tried to confront witnesses with the notes from the public defender. He is not going into this blind or with one arm tied behind his back. They did all the homework, and he's simply sitting here reading their notes, reading their cross-examination questions, and asking the questions, and then going on to his ridiculous questions having to do with his belief in the sovereign citizen movement. There's no way this record would reflect that this defendant is not adequately prepared for trial. He's never asked for a speedy trial. He makes conflicting statements. On one hand, you violated his rights because it's taken us so long to get to trial. And on the other hand, we're rushing him to this case and he hasn't had adequate time to prepare. He is not denied access to legal materials in the jail. The record is very clear from the jail administrator. It should not be confused. He misleads this court intentionally to say, I only get out of my cell 2 hours a day. That is a fact. That is for his own safety, so that other inmates do not inflict physical harm upon him. He has access to a tablet. He has access to a computer. Whether he chooses to ask for those resources is up to him. I would also cite the court to US ex-rel George versus Lane, Lane, 7th Circuit Court of Appeals at 718 Fed 2nd 226, where a pro se defendant attempted to complain on appeal about his lack of access to a computerized legal research system, paralegal training, or law school education. The court rejected that contention and said, once a defendant has asserted his right to refuse counsel and conduct his own defense, he has no constitutional right to access those resources. And again, you warned him, Judge. You fairly warned him. And he basically acted as if you were insulting him and said it didn't make him flinch one bit. Much of the last 50 minutes, which this court has graciously extended him the opportunity to go on and on and on, is nothing more than legal mumble jumble. He's reading from some typewritten transcript. I can see that from where I'm sitting. I don't know who's giving him these materials, but he has an agenda here. It's to stall, delay, disrupt, intimidate, and it's not going to work. Thank you.
Objection to that. Your Honor, that's a load of crap.
Mr. Brooks, that's my opportunity now. I gave you about 50 minutes.
I just want to object to the disrespectful comments that was just made. I'm not trying to hold you up from what you're gonna say,
But I'm gonna get this
but
out anyway.
that's a load of crap.
Mr. Brooks,
For her to sit there,
Mr. Brooks,
for her to sit
your
there,
objection is noted.
for her to sit there, Your Honor.
It's my turn. Let me go through this. I graciously gave you 50 minutes to raise all these various points that you want to bring up. I then gave the state an opportunity to respond. That is the proper procedure. I followed decorum. I followed civility. I did not interrupt you. The state did not interrupt you. Your objection to their characterization, it's noted for the record. I am going to render a decision at this point. Please listen, and please do not interrupt. As I indicated, the defendant spoke for about 50 minutes, raising a litany of complaints and issues and theories regarding his view of how this case has proceeded. Many of these issues, if not the vast majority or even all of them, have already been addressed by this court in one way or the other. Looking at, for example, his complaints about change of venue. It is true this court denied the change of venue motion. The court made a record at that hearing. I stand behind that record and that decision. The arguments made regarding that decision, which I would note he has yet to file an interlocutory appeal challenging that, are nothing more than speculative without a basis in law or fact. To say that this jury is biased would be a complete miscarriage of justice and a mischaracterization of the process this court painstakingly took in order to obtain a fair and impartial jury. There is absolutely nothing on this record before the court throughout these proceedings to suggest that this is a biased jury. I stand behind my previous determination and the process that this court went through, including initially calling an unusually large panel for which the clerk of court's office sent the initial qualification questionnaire, and then ultimately a case-specific questionnaire was sent to approximately 1,400 jurors or potential jurors. There was ample opportunity for the parties throughout the proceedings leading up to the end of August to review those materials. There were numerous strikes for cause that this court entertained. Even prior to that specific hearing, the parties met, they conferred. The state agreed not to challenge the vast majority of the challenges to jurors brought by the defense. Then there was the hearing. Then this court, at jury selection, allowed for an indefinite number of strikes for cause. Many were granted, if not all. And then even on the day that the jurors were brought in, the court provided the jurors with a supplemental questionnaire dealing specifically with the issue of exposure to the political advertisements. And then each party had the opportunity to exercise 10 preemptory strikes, which is well above the number of strikes allowed for by statute, which would be 6 based upon the homicide charges, 1 extra for the alternates, which would be 7. But out of an abundance of caution and in the interest of justice, the court gave each side 10, for which many of those Mr. Brooks chose not to exercise. And then pursuant to state law, the clerk of court chose names to strike by lot. Again, there's nothing on this record before the court to suggest that this jury that we have is anything but fair and impartial. And I take issue with the characterization that they are anything but. They've been diligent, they take notes, they are attentive. They come to this court, as the case law says, there's a presumption that they come to the court without bias, and it's through the jury selection process that the parties and the court ferret out that bias. Many of the jurors who were brought in were struck for cause. Many others were not. But ultimately, we have a fair and impartial jury. As I listen to the litany of issues and arguments and complaints raised by Mr. Brooks, I would note that they are all unsubstantiated, conclusory allegations and assertions without an adequate basis raised in law and fact. There's been several misstatements by Mr. Brooks regarding either the record that's been made, items that's been provided to him, or the basis for the court either sustaining, I should say, or overruling objections, for an example. There's been a mischaracterization of his rights that he claims to have. As I have stated repeatedly, your constitutional rights are not absolute when you're in a criminal trial, meaning your First Amendment right is not unfettered. It is frankly no different why the case law is very clear. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. No one has a First Amendment right to do that. In a criminal case, the parties have an obligation to follow not only the Constitution and the statutes that are applicable, but to follow criminal procedure, the rules of evidence. That is what circumscribes the rights that a defendant or the state has in a criminal trial. The issues you raise, for example, regarding subject matter jurisdiction are baseless, they're frivolous, and they're not anything this court needs to address further. The fact that you now are asking questions about whether this is admiralty court or a military court or a court of competent jurisdiction is frivolous. This court has jurisdiction over the criminal cases brought before it by the state of Wisconsin. In this particular case, these are allegations that criminal conduct occurred in the city of Waukesha. The city of Waukesha is within the county of Waukesha. This court sits as an elected official in the county of Waukesha to hear these types of cases. That is clear. The only argument or relief that I could discern through the course of those 50 minutes was Mr. Brooks's request that this case be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. And as I have just indicated, this court has jurisdiction. It's not been, let me rephrase that. The issue has not even been raised properly. There's never been a written motion. There's never been even an oral motion that would comport with 80201, which requires that the basis for the relief being requested be stated with specificity and be based in law and fact. The vast majority of the points that you raise, sir, are issues that you can raise on appeal. It is true, you have a right to an interlocutory appeal. I would not be the judge to decide any of those issues. So the fact that you complain about what I do, it's noted, the record is going to be very clear, all right? I have a court reporter who's taking down the record of everything that is said and done in this courtroom when we are on the record. And so I don't have to all the time say it's noted for the record because we're on the record. I sometimes do that to hopefully make it clear to you or to note it. I don't always do that, but I'm not required to do that. You raise issues concerning, I guess, plea bargaining. I have never been made aware that you would want to change your plea in this case, and that you're not aware of the state wanting to do that. That is the first time any such issue has been raised, and I see it as a distraction and as simply a statement made by you as part of the litany of things that you are not perhaps pleased with. As far as my conduct in this case, I already addressed those issues. I'm not going to revisit issues related to my familiarity with the father of one of the victims. That was done very early on. I made a very thorough record, and I gave the parties at that point an opportunity to address that after they had ample time to digest that information. While it's true you have a right to seek substitution of judge, it is not unfettered. There was a time limit for that. In fact, it was exercised because a prior judge was assigned to this case, and your attorneys on your behalf exercised that right of substitution. So to say that you have the right to seek recusal at any time would be a misstatement of the law. And even if you think that should be exercised or there is a valid claim for that, sir, it's not been raised in the proper way before this court. This trial will keep going. I still expect the basic rules of civility and decorum to be followed. That includes, sir, that when there is an objection to a question that you ask, that you wait for the state to indicate their objection and the basis for it. If I need additional information, I will ask for it. If I don't need additional information, I will rule on it. And I do expect that even if you disagree with that ruling, that you will abide by it and that you will move forward. Whether that's asking a new question, rephrasing a question that you've asked, I do ask that you follow that simple rule of decorum, and that's you not interrupt, and then you follow the rules of procedure. As far as the other issues you raised concerning your right to assistance of counsel, the record before this court over the many days that that topic has been raised, even going back to the 2 afternoons of hearings this court held, I will not revisit those. I believe I honored your request to represent yourself as is required by the Constitution of not only the United States of America, but the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin. And that you made a very deliberate choice after being fully advised and aware of all the requirements that I needed to go through under the case law.
Get him, Mama.
Case law in the state of Wisconsin and case law from the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals.
Thank you, Mo.
Which not only guides this court, but this court must follow. I agree with the state and would draw your attention to the 2 cases that were cited. United States ex rel. George versus Lane, found at 718 F. 2nd 226, and Retzlaff versus Moran, found at 2022 Westlaw 3045190. I let you put on the record all of those points in order to give you that opportunity to make a full record of the issues that you have believed that you are entitled to raise. But those sovereign arguments regarding written findings of fact, bill of particulars, regarding contracts that you enter into, regarding admiralty court, etc., they're baseless, sir. And this court need not address them further. Now, with that, I know it's 11:30, but I would like to get one more witness on before at least we break for lunch. The jury, of course, has been out for quite some time. So I'll instruct Madam Clerk to bring the jury out.
You didn't bring up the Higgins-Levine 415 US 533 decision. That was not addressed, and the issues are still not addressed. There's still been no proof to anything that you said, anything that the prosecution has said. It still hasn't been.
As noted, and we will continue. Bring the jury out, please.
There still hasn't been
Mr.
any
Brooks,
proof.
I've addressed them
There
to the
still
extent
hasn't
that
been
I
any
will.
proof. There still hasn't been any proof. I never once. The comment about me not flinching was when you said that there's 66 years of experience at that table. That's the comment I said, that doesn't make me flinch. That was mischaracterized. That should be for the record. There's still been no proof.
Mr. Brooks, please stop. I'm not going to address whether there's verified proof or not of jurisdiction,
Because
whether
it's not.
there's anything along those lines. It is frankly not required under the law. You may disagree with that. You can take that up on appeal, whether that's an interlocutory appeal or whether that's a direct appeal if there is a conviction, but I'm not going to address it.
Thank you, Laura. I forget when I take myself off of the stage that you guys can't hear me. Because my mute button is turned off. but you still can't hear me if I'm not on stage. I apologize. Okay, so what I was saying was, almost 10 hours and still nothing. I feel like we're gonna get something before the end of the day. That's why I came on today. I just felt like between, lunchtime and this afternoon, they were gonna come back. And it's been discussed that, let me read my notes here. So yesterday they came back and they were asking about, I guess it was in reference to the kidnapping thing. The jurors asked for the transcripts from the neighbors. Remember the two female neighbors that testified? I think it was on day 2. And the defense basically didn't want that brought up again, which is so strange. They weren't allowed to read back to them unless, wait, they were not allowed to read it? I don't understand that. They can't give the jury the transcripts? The defense said no, so they didn't allow it. You guys, this trial is whack. This is insane. I've never heard of the jury not being able to see the information that was brought into the court to revisit it while they're in jury deliberations. What is going on? Laura said, didn't allow them. The defense fought to not even allow it to be read, actually. Standard in whenever this courthouse is. Yeah, that's bull cocky what is it that Patty says? Yeah, that's not right. If it's on the record, why can't the jury reread it? Or why can't it be reread to them? That doesn't make any sense. The jury is asking, they're not allowed to, they can take notes, I think. Can they take notes? It just doesn't make sense to me. Am I incorrect in this? Anybody? Bullpucky. Thank you. Thank you, Patty. I know, it's only 3 days of testimony. So it's interesting to think, which part of it? Is it, the kidnapping thing might have held him up a little bit. That sounds like what it could be if they're talking about wanting to hear what the neighbors were saying again, because they're wanting to, I guess, confirm that he did pull her back into the house. And then I think, well, is it, they got past that and now they're sitting there going, okay, the charges, we have 3 options here. We have first degree, second degree, and manslaughter. And they have to sit there and understand each of those before they can make a decision. And that does take some time. I wonder how many times they've voted so far as to who's on board and who's not. It could be that they're just kind of whittling it down little by little. Yeah, they can take notes. That's what I thought. I think, what would be, if our courts came of age, what would be preferred is if they actually videotaped the testimony and then allowed the jury to rewatch it back. It is videotaped technically, but even allowed them to watch it back, in front of the attorneys, if that was the problem. Well, they have to be considering what his past history on this, his father. Well, they don't know it's his father for sure, but Nanya says, I get that they can't read the transcript because it's not completed deliberation time. Yeah, but you know what? Don't they? How many times have we watched a courtroom, you guys, where they've sat and read back the transcript that the recorder has? Where they've said, can you read that part back real quick? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's from several days ago and they're not able to find it or locate it or something. I just don't understand that. I just feel like this trial is tilted. It's just something's off. I'm looking at y'all's chat. The defense argued that they were fishing for information and shouldn't be allowed. I totally missed them doing this. When was this, Laura? Yesterday? Early on? I stepped away yesterday because I did not think they'd be right back. About 3:30 yesterday. Did you guys watch that, or do you want to rewatch it? Do y'all want to rewatch that part? Let me see if I can find it. It would be here. Hang on, I'm looking for it while y'all just hang on a second. So the closing arguments. Jury went out. Here it is. All right, hang on. I'm going to pull it up. There's no audio yet. No, this is from yesterday. This is where the jury came back and asked the question. I just wanted to watch this because I haven't seen it.
Is that correct?
I'm amenable to any request, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Well, Judge, we're not real time, and I don't believe that a transcript is available.
Okay, shoot. They've already asked it. Hang on. Let me go back further.
Court transcribe. The jury has a request. It's been reduced to writing. It's dated 2/4/25. It reads, Judge Abdoni, we are requesting court transcript from Susan Detman's neighbors, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones. Sincerely, Juror 1980896. Mr. Levine?
I'm amenable to any request, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Well, Judge, we're not real time, and I don't believe that a transcript is available for that. I could be wrong.
Well, I don't think we provide transcripts because it's required to be done in open court. All I can do is permit a readback or a playback, but I don't think there's a recording. So,
see, a readback. There's nothing wrong with that.
Is that correct, Madam Court Reporter? No playback? All right. So the bar has recommended certain instructions in this instance. First, the standard instruction directs or suggests they be told that transcripts are not available, but that they may have testimony read back to them. And then I can combine that with the instruction that talks about how long it's going to take the court reporter to prepare it for readback, and then tell them to discuss their request further. And if they're not able to resolve their question about the requested testimony by relying on their collective memory, they should write down as specific as a description as possible of the part of the witness's testimony they want to hear. So I can do that, or I can say no, just flat out no. So Mr. Levine?
What?
I'm fine with either one, Your Honor.
Judge, if I can have a moment.
Okay.
This is crazy. The jury is making their decision. They have questions. They should be catered to in this. They should. There's nothing.
Hate to say no because there's obviously something they
Right.
cannot collectively remember, but
Judge,
you have the look of you want me to say no on your face.
Really?
I should not play poker with you.
No. Well, I should not play poker with anyone because I'm not very good at it.
I hear that because I also am bad at that. At any rate, at this point, I think because it's such a general request, if you tell them that transcripts are not available and leave it at that, and then if they come back on their own with a more specific request, maybe we can entertain the idea of asking them if they, letting them know it would take a while to have a read back done, and if they can narrow down their request further, that would be helpful. So basically, baby steps.
Well, why don't we just hand her the gavel and the robe and let her just run this show? Well, I'm sorry. Apparently, she already is.
Start with no transcripts are available. Please rely on your collective memories.
Mr. Levine?
Could you please read their question one more time?
We are requesting, I think that says court. We are requesting court transcript from Susan Detman's neighbors, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones.
Come on, fight.
Your Honor, I'm fine with the court doing whatever you feel is appropriate under the circumstances.
What?
Is there some prejudice to taking two baby steps first and saying transcripts are not available? A readback may be possible, but we will need you to be more specific regarding your request or the portions.
How about 2.5 baby steps then? If you're not willing to tell them just no transcripts are available, please rely on your collective memories. Then add the step of a readback may be possible if you can narrow your request further. Just so that they don't come back and say we want all the testimony of both witnesses read, because that I think is a problem, because then we could get into having a readback of every witness's testimony.
All right, so let me cobble something together out of these various instructions.
This judge is awful. He doesn't deserve to be on the bench.
How long? Well,
30 minutes.
Okay. Whether they, no matter what they want.
They were short, right?
He doesn't have a backbone at all.
They weren't the longest witnesses in the world, but they also weren't the shortest.
So now if the jury has more questions, let's just think of it this way. You're a juror and you're back there and you're like, well, the last time we went in and asked them for help to hear something, they wouldn't accommodate us. So what are they going to let? Should we even try to ask again? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you feel that way if you were the jurors? Well, they're not going to let us do that because they didn't let us do this. Bullshit. This kid walks and something happens to somebody else because of him being out. These people are to blame here. The judge can't make a decision to save his life. Why is he a judge? Maybe the prosecutor has been down this road before with both of these two, and he's like, there's no point. But, you got to get it on the record. He could have at least argued something right there.
Judge, as I'm saying it out loud and as I'm writing it down, I'm thinking, though, if we ask them to narrow their request, then that might risk the possibility of highlighting a certain piece of testimony over any other piece of testimony. So I go back to my original request of just saying that no transcripts are available.
Levine.
If we're gonna say there are no transcripts available, I think it should be included, but a readback may be possible.
A readback. Thank you.
Any response?
I'm thinking, it's like I said, it obviously would be helpful to know if there's a particular area that they are asking for a readback on. But then, like I said, that could highlight one portion of one witness's testimony, and they may miss some other part of their testimony if we just partial readback. But on the other hand, they're asking for both witnesses' transcripts of all their testimony. That tells me they're sort of fishing for something, which I don't think is appropriate for a readback.
So I'm not sure which.
So at this point, I think I'd rather you just say there are no transcripts available and leave the ball in their court as far as what they want to do beyond that. Usually in this circuit, the judges err on the side of not over-explaining, not over-offering. So I think that might be the best way to approach it.
All right, well, the instruction suggests that I can be somewhat generous in my response, but ask them to be as specific as they can. So I intend to advise them transcripts are not available, to discuss their request. If they can't resolve it with their collective memory, then they may request to have testimony read back to them, and that if they decide to make such a request, it should be as specific as possible.
That's acceptable to the state, Ron.
And over your objection,
yes,
I will. That's how they will be instructed. So let me just finish here. All right, so my intention is to advise the members of the jury you have asked that transcripts of testimony be provided for you. Transcripts are not available. However, a readback of testimony may be granted at the court's discretion. I now direct you to return to the jury room and discuss your request further. If you are not able to resolve your question about the requested testimony by relying on your collective memory, then you may request to have testimony read back to you. If you decide to make such a request, it should be as specific as possible. All right. We're ready.
So I'm just going to let this play through because there was some more stuff that came up. So again, if they come live, I'll switch it over.
Members of the jury, you have asked that transcripts of certain testimony be provided for you. Transcripts are not available. However, a readback of testimony may be granted in the court's discretion. I'm going to instruct you to return to the jury room and discuss your request further. If you are not able to resolve your question about the requested testimony by relying on your collective memory, then you may request to have testimony read back to you. Again, that would be granted in my discretion, if at all. Now, if you decide to make such a request, it should be as specific as possible. You may now continue with your deliberations.
All rise, please.
I swear someone from the media needs to get on this and really deep dive into this whole thing. A local news station or something. Is he watching a YouTube video on how to be a judge? Right?
I will also tell you, I don't know who told Mr. Hertel, but the jury verbally told him they want to end at 4:30 today. I did not ask him to have them put that in writing because they might change their mind. They know to tell him they want to go home for the evening, so I just left it at that. Any objection to that, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. Don't go far.
Yeah.
I think that's it. They bring him back in and then they just send him back home after this. So the jury got squashed on that question. They didn't come back and they weren't more specific with it. They're pretty scared to freaking ask. Here's the last part of the afternoon. Still no sound yet. I'm just going to let it play out when they bring the sound up. Can't even assist the jury in answering some questions. Seriously, if I was a news reporter in Florida, in this area, I would so be all over this. I'd be all over this judge. I'd want to look back at his prior trials. I'd want to look at the trials with him and this other woman.
Inform the bailiff they want to recess for the evening. I'm just going to give them some reminders.
She's looking at him like, don't worry, Collin. I got this in the bag. Yeah, you do. That judge has no backbone. You know his wife runs the show at the house. There's nothing impartial. I mean, there's nothing unfair about their request. Oh, Carol. She is actually, to me, she's an excellent attorney. That's the problem. She's doing her job. She's picked up that the judge is just going to do whatever she wants, so she's running with it. I'm putting all this back on the judge. I mean, the defense attorneys, she's ticked me off, but she's doing her job. The judge is not doing his.
Please be seated.
I bet this judge has a
Ladies and
reputation.
gentlemen, I've been advised that you wish to retire for the evening and come back tomorrow to continue deliberations. I'm going to grant that request. I've told you this part of the trial, the schedule is in your hands. Just those same reminders. Please don't talk to anyone about this case or let anyone say anything to you. The folks you are closest to may know that you're now deliberating, and they're going to be very tempted to ask you questions, although I am certain that you've informed them how important it is they not do that. But if they do, just tell them you're still under that strict order, and if you want to, you can talk to them as much as they want to talk to you about it when the trial is over. Please remember not to look anything up. Please remember to avoid those parts of the news that I've told you not to expose yourself to. And I hope that you have a restful evening. Please report back tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please.
And don't come up with any more questions, because we are not going to help you. That's what I would feel like if I was a jury. If I was a juror. You know what? Maybe one of the jurors will speak out, you guys. You have a feeling that they're not getting along in the jury room. There's a holdout. Prosecutors need to make a claim against the judge after. Can they do that? Can they make a claim for the judge afterwards?
Anything before we break for the evening?
Judge, do you want us to be up here at 8:30, or is there no need for that?
Yes, I would like for you to be up here at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because they'll be brought in.
Okay, that was what I
just briefly. So, all right. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 8:30.
So that was that. We're back on the live now. I can take this banner down. Oh my goodness. So if you guys, do you think that they can come back after this? And if I was a resident of Florida, I'd be fuming right now. I'd want answers from the DA's office, from somebody. I don't know how it all works, but when did that happen? That was yesterday. That was after they sent them into deliberation. So that's only that since they sent the jury to deliberation the very first time, that's the only thing that's occurred. We just watched everything that's happened, except for when they came in this morning. And this morning when they came in, it was literally, they came in, it goes, okay, ladies and gentlemen, you may go deliberate now. And they got out and walked out. That was it. So we have not missed anything in this trial at this point. I don't know if there's a holdout. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of paperwork in this one. You got options on the homicide, and then you've got the kidnapping charge. And they're getting zero help from anybody. So all right, I'm going to switch over here now. And I'll come back if something happens. Oh, I meant to tell you guys, I had another nightmare about him the other night. Oh my God. Shut up, Kerry.
This is why I don't.
Shut up, Kerry.
All right. Sorry about that.
The only thing, housekeeping to clean up, Your Honor, is Exhibit 15, which was the victim map that we had first introduced through Detective Casey, and you admitted it subject to proof of all of the events that are depicted on the map. We believe we have now reached that point where it can be admitted in full. I do have a poster-sized copy of that exhibit that's also marked as Exhibit 15. So we have Exhibit 1, is the map of the downtown area. Exhibit 15 is the what we have termed the victim map or the parade victim map. That's a hard copy of that as well. And then I have a third one that I'll be introducing later today or tomorrow. But we just wanted to clear up on 15 that all of the information on that map has now been testified to, Your Honor.
I did admit it subject to the full foundation. Any position on that, sir?
Oh, Lord.
To it being admitted.
Yes, fully received. I had received it subject to foundation and the state's set forth its position. Do you have any position on that?
Yeah, I object to it. I don't see the relevancy.
All right, your objection is noted and exhibit 15 is received. I believe I told the jury it was received subject to that foundation, but I will advise them that it's been received by the court when they come out today.
The relevancy in the map of where he drove through.
One other housekeeping matter last week, I believe it may have even been on Thursday, we had a discussion with Mr. Brooks outside the presence of the jury in which several broad topics were discussed. One of them was Mr. Brooks had indicated he did not have a pretrial offer from the state. We would ask the record to reflect that afternoon we did provide him again with a written copy of our pretrial. Offer, and that was placed with his materials on the table. I just wanted that in the record, please.
I object to that. I don't, if it was with my paperwork, I haven't seen it.
It was specifically one of the papers, sir, that you left in the bullpen area that on the next morning, on Friday morning, I made a record of providing back to you. So it was provided to you twice.
Well, I haven't seen it.
You want to put the offer on the record, Attorney Alper?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
I accept for
So
value.
what's the significance of it being on the record? If
So that you are fully aware of it, sir. It was provided to you, but you're indicating you haven't read it, so I want them to make a record of it. The significance would be, I suppose, if at any point you wanted to change your plea, you could do that based upon the pretrial offer.
well, in any event, I accept for value in return for value that document whenever I see it.
Attorney Alper, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just taking me a second to retrieve it here, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this would be a perfect time to address the subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on the record and must be
Mr.
proven
Brooks,
by the
I
prosecution.
issued, we are not going to address it. I issued a written decision last week. If you disagree with that, then you can take that up to a higher court. But I issued a written decision. I'm not addressing that any further.
That has yet to be proven on record.
Mr. Brooks, my written decision is the decision of this court.
Has it
Attorney
been
Alper,
proven?
go ahead.
Has it been proven on record that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be proven.
Mr. Brooks, your position is simply not correct as a matter of law. I explained that.
And prove it
and I
lawfully
issued
by
the
law.
decision. You might be confusing subject matter jurisdiction with venue, which is why I commented on that last week.
Absolutely
And there
not.
has been evidence received regarding venue. So I'm going to turn back to Attorney
It has
Alper.
nothing
She's
to
going to
do
make
with
a
venue,
record
Your
of the
Honor.
pretrial offer. I'd ask that you not interrupt. Thank you.
Your Honor, the offer that was dated July 5 of 2022 reads as follows. Plead to counts 1 through 67 in the information. The penalty enhancers on all counts will be struck. Counts 68 to 83 will be dismissed and read in. The state will recommend 6 consecutive life sentences on counts 1 through 6. The state will recommend unspecified prison on all other counts. The defense is free to argue. This pretrial offer was conveyed to his prior counsel on or about the July 5th date. And there, in fact, had been an earlier offer as well that had been relayed prior to the preliminary hearing or the filing of the information back in January. of 2022 that had also been conveyed to his defense counsel at the time.
All right, thank you.
So why haven't I been informed of that?
All right, Mr. Brooks, that is not a topic we are going to take up any further. I just wanted the record to reflect that that offer was conveyed to you.
It wasn't conveyed to me, Your Honor. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. So if it was conveyed to my former
It's not
counsel,
something I'm going to, it's not something I'm going to further address, sir, unless you indicate to me that you would like to take advantage of the pretrial offer by changing your pleas to either guilty or no contest to counts 1 through 67 and submit the appropriate paperwork. I'm guessing that's not what you want to do. So unless that paperwork were to be filed, then I'm going to continue with this trial as if you are exercising your right to a trial in this matter.
and in all respect, Your Honor, I don't think it's fair that you should assume what I want to do or not, or what I don't want to do.
Such an
I just need to make a record that that paperwork was provided, sir. We'll continue with the testimony today. I'm not going to take up subject matter jurisdiction. I've issued a written decision. Is there any other preliminary topic from either party?
Is that decision verified proof that subject matter jurisdiction exists? Because it has yet to be proven on the record.
All right, your objection is noted.
Mark.
The jury out.
Thank you, Mark. Big stud.
Your Honor, is that the answer?
Mr. Brooks, I issued a written decision. That's your answer.
And what's that? And what is the written decision entail?
So that was provided to you last week. I'm not gonna.
I accept for value in return for value the document that I have not seen. What does it entail, Your Honor?
Sir, you were provided with a written copy. I'm not gonna read it into the record at this point. It is part of the record. It's a final order.
If it's part of the record, why can't it be read into the record right now?
It doesn't need to be read into the record. sir.
Is it
It's
verified
part
proof of?
record.
Is it verified proof of subject matter?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not answering that because it's not something that needs to be verified.
It has to be verified by the prosecution. Or is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question or verify proof of subject matter
Sir,
jurisdiction?
I have no such agreement with you, tacit or otherwise. So that's not how this operates. Again, just
So
because
would
you
it be
believe
proven?
the law requires, that doesn't make it true. All right, jury's
Show me
coming out.
lawfully
All
law.
rise for the jury, please.
Show me by lawfully law that you have subject matter jurisdiction, because it hasn't been proven on the record. It has yet to be proven for the record. Let the record reflect that.
The record will not reflect that, and the jury will disregard the comments currently being made.
The record
just
should
made by
reflect that.
Mr. Brooks.
You have to put it on the record. Otherwise, that'd be tampering with the record.
Lawfully law.
So at 8:40,
All right. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated.
tacit agreement at 8:40.
All right, please disregard the most recent comment by
Tacit
Mr.
agreement
Brooks.
at
It's not
8:40.
evidence in this proceeding. All right, the statement call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Sean Backler.
Subject matter jurisdiction
No
Jury
subject
will
matter
disregard that last
jurisdiction.
statement by Mr. Brooks.
has to be on the record.
You know who this is? This is
Good
the,
morning, sir.
You.
Please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up by me.
I saw
to
you
my
guys.
right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in. There is one riser, so just be mindful of that.
Mr. Get out of my yard guy.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should
Who
be the
is
truth,
you?
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Sean Backler, S-E-A-N, last name B-A-C-K-L-E-R.
I'm
All right,
sorry,
go ahead.
who is this
Your
you?
witness. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Backler.
Hi.
Sir, on November 21 of 2021, where did you live?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
How do you went down to the license plate?
409 Central Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Okay, if you could just keep your voice up a little bit, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's maybe better if you scoot a little closer to the microphone. Okay, 409 Central Avenue, and that's in the city of Waukesha?
Correct.
Okay. Around the time of 4:49 p.m. on that afternoon of November 21, where were you?
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
I was outside working around the yard. Had my garage open.
Okay. Were you aware that the annual Christmas parade was going on that afternoon?
I was aware of it, yes.
Did you attend the parade, sir?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Overruled.
Around 4:49 p.m., what happened, sir?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I heard some noise around on the east side of my garage, and I went to see what was going on. And I found the defendant on the side of my garage. I asked him, what in the effing hell is he doing?
Okay, so let's slow down a little bit. You heard a noise and you went to explore it, correct?
Correct.
And you saw a person there
Yes, I did.
and you questioned that person for being there. Is that right?
Objection, leading the witness.
Foundational, Your Honor.
This is overruled. You can answer. I'm not sure if you did or not.
I asked him what he was doing there.
Okay. And maybe you were cursing at him? Is that what you're suggesting?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I think I dropped an F-bomb on him.
Why?
He was trespassing.
Okay. The person that you
wasn't objecting, but it's overruled.
The person that you saw, can you give us a description of that person, please?
When I called it in on the non-emergency line at the Waukesha Police Department, I described him at about 5'8", probably weighed about 150 pounds. He was either black, mixed, or Latino male, wearing a red shirt, jeans, long hair, beard, and I think he was missing his shoes.
Okay. You said red top?
Red shirt.
Objection,
Yes.
leading the witness.
Red shirt. What kind of shirt?
Overruled, and his answer may stand.
He was wearing a red tee.
If there is an objection, please just wait until I rule on it first by saying either overruled or sustained, and I'll let you know if you can answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
He's nervous.
I believe it was a red T-shirt.
Okay. To your way of thinking, was he dressed appropriately for the weather?
Objection, leading the witness.
Every
Overruled.
question is
Relevancy,
objection.
objection.
Overruled.
Immediately, it just seemed off because he was wearing a T-shirt. If I remember correctly, he was not wearing shoes. It was very cold out. He was sweating. His eyes were huge, and he was just acting. When he came out from the garage, he was asking if I could call him an Uber.
Okay. So you spoke with him a little bit?
Objection, leading.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Very shortly.
I have to ask him a question.
Rephrase her question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Did you speak with him?
A little bit.
Okay. What do you remember him saying?
He kept asking if I could call him an Uber, and then he said I need to get home.
Did you agree to call an Uber for him?
No, I said I needed to leave my yard.
Okay. And did he comply with that?
Yeah, he did. He just kept asking if I could call him an Uber, if he could use my phone. And I said, you just need to leave. And
The person that you're describing for us, sir, do you see him present in the courtroom here?
he's sitting over there with the mask on and in the suit.
Okay, I'm going to ask the defendant be instructed to remove the mask.
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask.
And if he would look at the witness, please, Your Honor, with his head down, it's not to assist.
Right, Mr. Brooks, please look up and look at the witness. Look at the witness, please. Thank you.
Is that the man that you're describing that was in your backyard that you spoke to?
Objection,
Yes.
leading.
Overruled.
I want to show you a photograph. It's going to come up on that screen there next to you, okay? Just let me know when it's up. The system takes a minute to warm up, especially first thing in the morning.
Yeah, we did a whole video on the new prison he's in that he got moved to last Tuesday. So you guys go back and watch it. It's actually under videos on my playlist,
Is it up?
not under Alive.
Okay. Do you see this photograph, sir?
Objection.
And
Overruled.
Yes.
I'd like you, is there a person shown in the photograph?
It's the
Objection,
defendant.
leading.
Overruled. It's not leading. You may answer.
It's the defendant.
Is this consistent with his appearance when he presented himself to you on your driveway that evening or backyard garage area?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
It is consistent.
Okay. Move to admit and permission to publish 171, Your Honor.
Objection, relevancy.
Your objection is overruled. Exhibit 171 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The jurors will also let us know when the image is projected in the jury box.
And sir, it's a little hard to tell in the photograph, but was the t-shirt he was wearing a short sleeve or long sleeve, if you remember?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
It was a short sleeve shirt.
Okay. Ultimately, did he leave your property?
Objection, accident, answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
When he was leaving, he was kind of taking his time, and then I told him he needs to leave again and started walking towards him as he was leaving, and he lifted his shirt up and said he was unarmed.
Okay. Had you asked him about any weapons?
I had not.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
I had not asked.
When he left your property, did you see which direction he headed?
He was going northwest.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
All right.
Oh, God, here we
Mr.
go.
Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, and I object to being called that name for the record.
But I'll answer your question.
Do you recall giving a statement to Officer Probst?
I don't know his name, but I've talked to an officer.
And you did talk to an officer that night?
I talked to an officer on the phone. I did not talk to an officer that night. I mean, on the phone I did, but not in person.
So it was a conversation on the non-emergency line. Would that be fair to say?
It was on the non-emergency line. I actually confirmed it after I called to make sure I was on the non-emergency line.
Do you recall the description that you gave at that time?
I do. Well, my best of my knowledge was that you were either Black, Latino,
who's you,
or mixed.
Who's you?
Well, you have to let him answer the question first before you interrupt him with another one. Go ahead with the description you provided that night.
I said that the individual was either Black, mixed, or Latino.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't know at the time?
I was giving a general description.
So it'd be fair to say that you weren't sure?
I was positive that it was you.
Who is you?
You. I'm looking at you.
And how did you come to that conclusion, the you conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion? Because can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description on the non-emergency phone line, correct?
It was on a non-emergency line.
So it would be fair to say at that time you had no name or knowledge of who the person was in your backyard. Would that be fair to say?
I had no idea who you were.
And so how can you say how can you say you then if you had no idea?
I'm looking at you. You were the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
Who is you?
Interesting.
Interesting.
Do you recall giving a description of approximately 5'9" and 160 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, or would that be accurate?
Accurate.
I didn't have a tape measure out. It was just a guesstimate.
Would it be fair to say that since you keep identifying me as you, would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9" nor 160 pounds?
Do you have your shoes on or off right now?
Would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9", 160 pounds?
If you take your shoes off and step out of them, they could have a better.
I'm not going to have them do that, but if you're able to answer the question, do you agree?
I'd have to be standing next to him. That's what I made my judgment from. We were about 2 feet from each other.
Does it look like I'm 5'9"?
I don't know. We were a lot closer.
Does it look like I'm 160 pounds?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's irrelevant as to his appearance today, just like his hair isn't in dreadlocks today.
Sustained.
Objection.
Question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Next question, please.
You also said that, well, the narrative in the report said that the individual was later identified. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be fair to say.
And so would it also be fair to say that because the individual was identified later, that's how you came to the conclusion of who it may have been in your yard?
Objection, I think that's
Grounds.
a statement, Your Honor. He's again reading a police report,
That's a question.
not authored by this witness. It's beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
It's actually the report that he
Mr.
gave.
Brooks, I've heard enough. If the objection is sustained, you may rephrase your question.
It still bothers me how he makes
Did
everybody
you
wait
follow
on him.
the investigation after you had given the report on the non-emergency line?
It's kind of hard not to see it on TV. Can I clarify something? Or?
There's not a question just
Oh,
yet,
okay.
so
Right.
the state will have an opportunity to redirect if they deem it appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you made reference to it was kind of hard not to see it on the news. Would that be fair to say?
It was all over the news.
And would it be fair to say that from those news reports, you gained additional information that you didn't have that night?
Actually, what I did is went into work the next morning and pulled up the police report on the internet, and there you were in a mugshot. And I'm like, that's the guy.
So you got a further description from a mugshot?
No, I didn't get a further description. At the time, I didn't care who you were when you were in my yard. I didn't know who you were, what you had done, where you had been, any of that stuff. So all I'm saying is you were trespassing in my yard at that time. That's all I can say. Other than that, that's all I can confirm. I don't know what you did. I don't know where you were. I don't know any of the other stuff. All I know is you were the guy in my yard.
The guy that you said was 5'9", 160 pounds.
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question, you don't have to answer that.
And what prompted you to read or pull up the police report?
Objection,
Grounds. He said it. He brought it out there.
Overruled, he may answer.
I was curious of actually who you were. And if you were the person that actually had done the atrocities that were on television.
And what prompted the curiosity?
A stranger was in my yard, unannounced, trespassing, asked them to leave. And they ended up catching somebody for doing something very bad. And I was wondering if that was the individual that had cut through my yard.
Does it bother y'all that he made everybody wait on him while he read the police reports right there as the witness was sitting there? Is it just me? Is it just me? Am I muted?
So it'd be fair to say at the time you wasn't privy to that knowledge yet. Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
At the time you pulled up the police report, as you say, you had no knowledge of the identity of the individual.
I didn't know that you were going to be the person that had done that.
You keep referring to the you.
You. I'm looking into your eyes right now. You're the guy I'm talking about when I refer to you.
And the record should reflect that the witness used his right hand and index finger to point directly at the defendant.
And his
Next
middle
question,
finger.
please.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, does it look like the suit fits? Do I look like I can fit in this suit? He has no idea what he's doing.
So you just made reference to looking the you in the eyes, but you would need.
What would you prefer I call you?
You would need,
because you're not going by Darrell Brooks.
You would need me to step out of my shoes to tell my height and weight, right?
I'd have to also stand 2 feet from you.
Hold on, please. Mr. Brooks, you're directed under 90611 to ask a question and not argue with the witness.
That
Thank
was
you.
the question.
It was argumentative. Please rephrase your question. And then the witness is instructed to wait until a question is asked. And if there's any objection, then I rule on it first. Go ahead, next question.
Sound like he didn't want to argue.
Last comment, Mr. Brooks, you're not testifying right now. You'll have an opportunity if you choose to do that later. Please ask a question.
Yeah,
Gotta get that last word in. Gotta be the last one to say something. Asshole. He's trying to twist his words. He's trying to twist my
Any
words.
reason why you didn't give a written statement to law enforcement?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
How's it argumentative?
Sustained. As to the form of the question. Next question, please.
Did you at any time give a written statement to law enforcement?
I don't believe so.
Any reason why not?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative and irrelevant.
Sustained.
Barbara, you talking like a trucker
Grounds for
in the
sustain.
comments again?
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Ooh. His nails. He did. He treated everybody so horribly. Everybody, even his own witnesses. They trying to be slick. His chiclet teeth.
You said you pulled up the police report at work the next day, right?
No, I pulled up your mugshot.
Well, you did say police report. Would that be fair to say?
You can answer that.
I just pulled up a mugshot.
You don't recall saying that you pulled up the police report specifically?
I specifically wanted to pull up the picture of the person had committed those atrocities to see if that was the person that had cut through my yard, which confirmed it was.
And did you pull up the complaint?
No.
Have you ever seen the complaint?
I don't believe I have.
Is somebody humming in the background?
Have you yourself filed a complaint?
Nope.
Any reason why not?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance,
Sustained
argumentative.
as to the form of the question and on relevance. Next question.
He never prepared. No, that's just it. What did he do at night? You think he was, you know what he was doing at night? He was looking to see what they were saying about him on the
Do
news
you
and
recall
stuff.
who subpoenaed you to testify here today?
Or re-watching himself on TV.
It's on the subpoena.
You don't recall?
I'd have to have the subpoena with me to read the name.
Hey, Minnie T.
Do you recall if it was the district attorney's office?
It was.
Yeah, Johnny's just trying to
Do you
control
recall
the
about
situation.
how long ago you received the subpoena?
You can answer that.
A month or two ago, a couple months ago. I got a subpoena, so that's all I know. I had to show up at a certain time.
So you knew it was a possibility that you would be called to testify.
I had no expectation of the subpoena until I went to the DA's office.
So you went to the DA's office?
They want to know. They ask. They want to see if you're worth having as a witness or if you actually had any information that was pertinent to the case.
And so would it be fair to say that you felt that you did?
I didn't know.
Grounds.
I'll sustain as to the form of the question that strike the last response. Please rephrase.
Did you feel that you had information that would be relevant to the matter?
That's an irrelevant question,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Ask your next question, please.
When you went to the district attorney's office, do you recall whom you spoke with?
There's 3 or 4 people there. I don't recall their names. I recall their faces.
You said you do recall the names, not the faces?
No, I recall their faces, not their names.
Oh. Do you see any of those district attorneys in court here today?
See one district attorney and one officer was in the room.
And for the record and for the jury, can you identify whom you're referring to?
I'd have to point.
I'll
Her,
stipulate,
yep.
Your Honor, I met with
And
Mr. Backler.
this officer here.
I admit it. I did it. It's
So
all
the
me, Sue said.
Yes,
Witness has
Detective.
pointed to District Attorney Sue Opper and Detective Casey.
It's a conspiracy. Clearly. It's a conspiracy against them because they're trying to be slick.
And that was around the time you first received the subpoena?
It was the time that the subpoena told me to show up.
Thursday, we ought to watch his rant, his 15-minute rant. Y'all want to watch that Thursday? Let's do that. Did you notice in the Supermax rules he must cut it?
Do you recall ever? Do you recall ever being told about the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
vague.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What does vague mean?
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
vague, beyond the scope
Grounds.
of the witness's knowledge, legally inaccurate.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Grounds. Your Honor, what does collated mean? What does vague mean?
Did Attorney Opper ever tell you who the plaintiff was in this matter?
Can I get a
The subpoena
dictionary?
told me who the plaintiff was.
And do you recall who the plaintiff is?
Darrell Brooks.
That's the plaintiff?
Or not the plaintiff, the plaintiff is, I think, Waukesha or state of Wisconsin. I'm not sure.
And it'd be fair to say that that's not a living, breathing human being.
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained, not relevant. Next question.
Get Zach's over there smiling.
Are you aware that only a living, breathing human being can make a claim?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons, and it's also not an accurate
It's
statement. of the law.
definitely not argumentative.
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to move on from this topic and ask a different line of questions, please.
Move on from what topic, Your Honor?
Next question, sir.
He forgot what part of the police report he
I
was
know what
on.
topic you're referring to, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
If I don't know the topic, how would I know to go in a different direction?
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to ask a question.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained. Under 90611, sir, please move on from this topic or I will declare your cross-examination closed.
Under what law and fact, Your Honor?
Under 90611, please ask a question.
Have you ever bought the plaintiff a burger?
And where can I find 90611?
This is your last opportunity to ask a question, sir.
Your Honor, the jury deserves to know this information.
All right, then the state, any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Sean's like, you want me to hit him upside the head on my way out? Because I'd be glad to do that. Who is the next one? Is it Carpenter? No. Is it the Carpenter officer Carpenter, not the detective, the officer from Big Ben? Yes, please hit that like button if you don't mind. I would appreciate it. I'd also be curious if there's anybody watching tonight that has never seen this trial before, or if you're all just a bunch of addicts like we are.
The state calls now at Courtroom.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Oh, you guys, I don't want to watch
First thing
this
I
one.
will ask you to do is to state your.
He has fear of public speaking, and it shows so badly, and I feel so bad for him. It was awful. Let's watch her instead. She's funny. I just don't want, because people tear this guy up on the internet, and I've gotten so many hate comments on him, and it pisses me off that people are so rude. But yeah, I don't want to do that.
All right, good morning. If you
This
would
has
please
fear of
make your
speaking in
way to the
public,
witness
obvious.
stand, which is on my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
It
Please
is,
be
it
seated.
does, Kimmy.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Erin Cordes, first name E-R-I-N, last name Cordes, C-O-R-D-E-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Cordes.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And who did you attend the parade with?
My husband and my 2 children.
Do you recall from what location you watched the parade?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
We watched it from the corner of West and Wisconsin.
Okay. And do you understand that to be near the end of the parade route?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
I believe it was close to the end. The parade rounded the corner and continued on, and I don't know exactly where it ended.
Okay. And as you were at that location watching the parade, did something unusual happen?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we saw a car going pretty fast around the corner. And I remember my husband said, that's not part of the parade, grab the kids, because our kids were in the middle of the road picking up candy at the time.
Okay.
So, and the car just did not stop and kept going.
Was there a police officer present at that corner?
Yes, there was.
What did you see the police officer do?
Well, the car, I thought it was coming at us for a minute, but it ended up swerving and going through the barricades, and the police officer fired 3 shots at the vehicle.
You were standing right there at that intersection?
Yes, I was.
Objections noted. It's overruled. Her answer may stand. Next question. Go ahead.
What did you do after that, ma'am?
Well, we ran up to the house behind us as the car was coming at us. And I was just kind of keeping an eye out for the car at the time, because it looked like it was out of control, and I didn't know if it was going to go up to the house we were at or what direction it was going. So we just stayed by the house for a little bit, just kind of in shock.
Okay.
After that happened.
Okay. And at some point, did you decide to leave the area?
Yes, we did.
Where did you go?
We were parked a little bit further away because we had gotten to the parade late. So we were parked a few blocks out of the way on Elizabeth Street.
Okay.
At Aries Industries.
Do you have some familiarity with Aries Industries?
Yes, I do.
Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer. Do me a favor, if there is an objection, wait until I rule on it before you answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And what's your familiarity with Aries Industries?
Objection.
Overruled.
My husband is employed at Aries Industries.
Do you happen to know the address of that location?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't offhand, no.
Okay. Do you know what street it's on?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Kool-aided.
It's not
Collated.
needed. Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, Elizabeth Street.
Okay. And how were you able to, I'll strike that. You were walking back to Aries Industries, that's where you had parked, right?
Correct.
What was your route or your path that you took?
We continued straight on West Avenue until we got to Elizabeth Street, and then took a right on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Pretty much a straight shot?
Yes.
Just a couple blocks
Yes,
down West Avenue, and then you hang a right on Elizabeth.
correct.
Okay. As you were doing that, making your way back to your car, did you encounter somebody out on foot?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that, please.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
We had just rounded the corner onto Elizabeth Street, and Darrell Brooks, we encountered Darrell Brooks. He came out of the shadows. The between a couple houses and approached us.
That sounds about right,
Now,
doesn't
you
it?
refer to this person.
That sounds just about right. He came out of the shadows. He lurked out of the shadows.
By name. Did you know Mr. Brooks prior to this encounter?
No.
Okay, never met him before.
Correct.
Objection.
And you said he, hold on, I'm sorry.
The objection came after her answer. Her answer will stand. Next question.
You said he kind of came out of, did you say the bushes?
Objection.
What did you say?
The dark.
Objection.
Oh, overruled. She rephrased. He may answer. She may answer. I'm sorry.
It appeared he came from between two houses. So I don't know exactly where he was.
Okay. And did you notice his appearance when he approached you?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
I just remember it was a very windy, cold night, and he was dressed pretty inappropriately for the night. I noticed he was visibly shivering. He had a red short sleeve t-shirt on and was not wearing shoes.
You look like an idiot.
Do you see the same person present in this courtroom here today?
Unfortunately,
Yes,
ma'am,
I do.
Now I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask and look at the witness so she can properly identify him, please.
Mr. Brooks, please unmask and look at
Come
the
on,
witness.
man. Come on, man.
Sir,
I'm in
would
the
you
middle of
please
something
unmask and
else.
look
I
at the
am.
witness?
I
Thank
was
you.
writing something down.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure you heard me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That look like a little
Is that the
4-year-old.
gentleman you encountered on the street that you're describing for us, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Brooks speak to you in any way?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
You may answer.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
He asked if either of us had a phone that he could use. And we said, we hesitated because it was strange. It was a strange encounter. And after what we just witnessed at the parade, where I think we were both pretty much on edge at that point. So
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you're referring to we, who are you referring to?
sorry, my husband and I.
Okay, go ahead. So he asked for the phone.
Correct.
You kind of pause.
Yep.
And then what'd you do?
And then
Leading.
Overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
his next words were, "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to use your phone." And that's when I gave him my phone.
Okay. Did he use your phone? Did you see him manipulate your phone in some fashion?
I'm not gonna hurt you. Can you call my mom?
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Did you see him use your phone in some way?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him do?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He called his mom.
Could you hear what he was saying on his end?
Yes, I could hear what he was saying.
Could you hear the responses being provided by the person on the other end of the phone?
Objection.
I was talking again, and I know. I'm here. I'm here. We're here. We're not gonna miss nothing. They haven't even come back in the courtroom yet. My goodness. Y'all are some fussy little subscribers. I'm not worried about the verdict. I mean, I was starting to get worried about the verdict, but as long as they'd come back in today, I was okay. Because I figure that they're going back through these, different things to make sure they got it right. But what I'm more worried about, you guys, is the sentencing. Let me change, while we're waiting for this, let me change my thumbnail. Really click. really quickly. It's okay, Frankie. Frankie, y'all, Frankie does not like Huckleberry. Oh, we got audio. We got audio. We had audio. They're getting ready to come back in. I wonder how long they're going to give them. Because you got to remember, they got to bring him out from that little jail room where he's waiting. And they got to bring up the attorney's got to, they're probably not waiting around the courthouse. Or maybe they are. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Shelly said, can you imagine grandma at the sentencing? Oh, I can't even. She's already testified once. She doesn't need to testify again. I'd like to hear from the sisters and stuff, like the brother, his brother, Collin's brother. I'd like to hear from Kathy's sister. Yes, please hit the like button if you don't mind. It really does help me with the algorithm. Yeah, we'll watch the sentencing. I usually, if I follow a trial, we'll do the sentencing. But sometimes they usually don't do the sentencing right away. So I doubt they will do it today. They'll reschedule it. Probably a month or so, Patty says. You think? And that's the thing. I always hate when they wait so long. Okay, good call, Laura. Who thinks it's 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty? Okay, but wait. 3 for man. No, wait. 1 for guilty, 2 for second degree, 3 for manslaughter, 0 for not guilty, 1 for first degree, 2 for second degree, widespread bet except 1.5, 3 for manslaughter, and 0 for not guilty. I mean, there's like, Barbara, there's no way they're going to say he's not guilty. I mean, he did it. It's just a matter of why he did it. The audio keeps coming in the courtroom, and when they do come back into court, I'll shut up. I'll stop talking. Yeah, I feel like Shelly thinks he's going to get the manslaughter. That's just it. Yeah, that's a good point, widespread, because it's hard when we watch the back side of this and then we go in and watch the trial because we've seen a lot more than the jury does. So it's kind of hard to remember what the jury has and has not seen. Nunya thinks it's going to be not guilty. Nunya, really? Oops. Route has been a member for 4 months. I think you've been a member for longer than that, haven't you? Thank you so much for your super chat. So here's the sentencing information. Shoot, wrong thing. Let me go back to my banners. This is it. Nope, that's not it. This is it. What is going on? What is happening here on this day? Is this a ticker? Yeah, this is okay. So sentencing possibilities for Collin. You've got, let's wait till it gets, so if he gets, hang on till the ticker goes to the front. In Florida, the minimum for kidnapping is 4 years in prison. First degree is life without the possibility of parole. Here we go.
It's 24 CF 8410. Mr. Griffith is present with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Mr. Levine is here for the state. I understand the jury has reached a verdict.
Yes, Judge.
Let's have the jury, please.
They need to wipe that smile off that little boy's face. Yes, we are live. Mandy says she thinks it's second degree or she thinks it's first degree based on the circumstances of him pulling her back into the house. Oh, well, let me finish reading this. So second degree is that the one that's 16 years, 7 months? No, yeah, 16.75 years in prison for second degree with a maximum of life with the possibility of parole. And then, of course, the lesser charge of manslaughter would be 9 years, 4 months. And, of course, all of that's going to depend upon this judge who we've just, you know? Bama's driving. Bama, you better pull over, girl. I think they ought to make him sit up so the cameras can see him while the verdict's being read. He thinks he's got away with it. I feel like Mr. Prosecutor knows he's been defeated on this one, but he's hoping the facts are going to get him out of it. I mean, the facts are alarming. Let's just face it. No, I'm not going to call the judge and ask him to wait for Bama. I need to call the defense attorney and ask her if she can tell the judge that we need to wait for Bama. I cracked myself up. Oh, look at Blanco. I think he's got his hands in his pocket because he's got the chain of handcuffs around his back. Isn't that why he's doing that? That's what I was thinking, Kim, because he always walks in with his hands in his handcuff or pockets like that. All right, here we go. Guilty. First degree.
Please be seated. If you are the foreperson, please raise your hand. For the record, juror number 1980896 has raised his or her hand. You may put your hand down. Juror number 1980896, if the jury has reached a verdict, please raise your hand. That juror has his or her hand raised. You may put your hand down. Please pass the verdict form to the bailiff. There are no defects nor omissions in the verdict. Counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant, rise and hearken to the verdict. Mr. Griffith, rise and hearken to the verdict.
State of Florida versus Collin Griffith. Will the jury find as follows? As to the defendant in this case, the defendant, as to count one, the defendant is not guilty. As to count two, the defendant is not guilty.
Oh my God.
So say will, this 5th day of February, 2025.
Does the state wish to have the jury polled? You may be seated.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the considerable time and attention you have given this case. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges you now enjoy having served on this jury. No juror can ever be required to discuss what has occurred in the jury room, with rare exception, and that would require a court order following a fully noticed hearing. For centuries, our society has relied upon juries to consider difficult cases. And during that time, we have agreed a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to have to speak about the jury's work. Although at this point, you are at liberty to speak to anyone you would like to about this case, including your deliberations, you are equally free to refuse to do so. A request may come from those who are simply curious, perhaps from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you individually to determine whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On behalf of the entire 10th Circuit and all assembled here, I humbly thank you for your service. You are now discharged.
All rise, please.
You're absolutely right, Patty. All of these jurors are going to go back and hear all the full story, and they're going to be so mad. And then they're going to go on the media and talk about it, I bet.
Mr. Griffith, the jury having found you not guilty in each count, you are hereby adjudicated to be not guilty in each count and forever discharged for these offenses.
Oh, shit.
We will be adjourned.
Y'all, that is just injustice. What is wrong with our system? He doesn't even have to go anywhere. Look at the prosecutor. He doesn't have to go anywhere. He is free to roam Florida. Well, good thing I moved from Florida. If I lived in Florida, I'd be writing letters left and right like crazy. Pants, you want to come up? No pants, no pants prophet. You want to come up and chat? I'll put the link. I'll put. This is the link to come on. You don't have to have a picture on or anything. I don't ever have a picture on when I'm up here, so. Unbelievable. You didn't watch this case? Be glad you didn't, Gentai. Oh, my goodness. Girl, you'd be so mad right now. 3 times a charm? Yeah. You guys, I guarantee you, we're going to be watching something maybe 5-10 years down the road. And we're going to say, yeah, we watched the second trial. We saw it go down. We still have. Oh, okay. Yep, he's going to get their money. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that, Blanco. Whatever money they had, whatever state or anything they had, he'll get it. And he's 18, so he's on his own. He doesn't have to go live with grandmama. He'll probably never hear from her, or she'll probably never hear from him again. He's going to, will you stop, Cuckleberry? My gosh, he's so loud. Okay, you called it dread. I'm not agreeing with it, though. I still don't like it. There's no pants for profits. All right. How are you, my friend?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Let me introduce
please.
you really quick so everybody
Please.
knows who you are. Okay, you guys, No Pants Profits. He has a channel called No Pants Profits, and he does travel stuff on that. Let me take this stream off really quick. Hang on.
I'm just in shock, but you saw me, Kerry, in the chat predict this yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, you and
I
Dread
was
were
the only one saying the kid was going to get off.
I know. I this is unbelievable. I'm so floored. I'm so angry. So you dated Kathy for how long?
Oh, we were on and off for a while. I met her almost 2.5 years ago. So almost 3 years ago, actually. I met her almost 3 years ago. And, we were on again, off again, just because of things and stuff, if that makes sense. We go on cruises and all that. And February, I still remember the day, February 14th, 2023, I think it was. Yeah, 2023. The last trip we took together was December of 2022. February 14th, 2023, she called me from the Atlanta airport, and she's like, "You're not going to see me for a while. I can't give you any information. You're not going to see me for a while." And that's when she went back to Oklahoma to handle everything with Collin. And she spent, I'll be honest with you, she spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably along with grandma's money as well, defending him against his dad. Took about 2 months. She was in Oklahoma on leave from work and everything like that in order to get the son out.
Yeah.
And the real thing is, I hope Oklahoma reopens the case now. There's evidence, but in the end of the day, I don't think they will. Again,
Oh,
I
I
don't want to target on my back, so I don't want to say too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
you're not from Florida, are you?
I am. I'm not
Oh,
currently
okay.
in Florida. I'm not going to
Okay.
disclose my current location. It's not. I didn't even know this case was going on, but I'm
Well,
not
wait.
currently in Florida.
But Colin knows where you live, though, is what I'm trying to get to.
He does not.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good.
He does not, and I'll be honest with you. And I'm not saying this in any sketchy way, shape, or form. I'm almost never home.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
saying this just because of the nature of my channel.
yeah.
But
You travel.
I mean, unfortunately, I guess the jury didn't figure out it was Daddy he killed.
Exactly.
That's what happened. The jury didn't figure out he killed Daddy, and I think what you were saying while I was connecting to StreamYard, I got cut off because I had to turn off the main YouTube stream that I had going on. The jury didn't figure it out, and hence the jury not figuring it out, they let him go. Look,
Can you believe that?
and I said it 4 days ago on my comments, and I'll say it again. This is a case of the kid acting like Jack Kevorkian. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I listened to the whole trial. There was a point that they did not exaggerate on, and I will tell you this point right now because Kathy told me this, and I'm not under oath, and I can tell you, I mean, I'm telling you the truth, but, you know, I don't have to restrict anything. She did have a gun. She gave the kid a gun once and said, go ahead, kill me. Because that's what the kid wanted to do.
Be
That's
careful
what.
with you. Be careful with. Oh, you're not used to being in true crime, so let me give you a few pointers on that. We can't say the K word, we can't say the M word, and we can't say any kind of
Okay, so that's
assault.
where unalive comes from. She actually used to use
Yeah.
that word too. Personally,
Yeah.
Kathy used to use the word unalive. She said, go ahead and unalive me, and the kid didn't do it. So I guarantee you what actually went down is in the kitchen, she gave the kid a knife and said, do it. Now, Jack Kevorkian was charged with first-degree murder for doing assisted suicides. But realistically, what it was, I hate to agree with the defense. It was likely an assisted suicide. Now, that's not legal.
But even though she was upset the way she was threatening him. She was just so upset with him. It just seems like that's where her focus was. It wasn't on herself. It was more on him doing what he was supposed to be doing.
And it looks like the innocence in this case, I don't think Oklahoma's going to reopen.
I think somebody's going to get them too. I think at this point, I'm hoping that they communicate with Florida and the state of Florida, which I know they have been, you know, with this case and everything. I'm hoping that somebody over there pushes it and gets it done. And it's a possibility there could be somebody that's really passionate about this and they're able to get it approved. It might take a bit.
So, Kerry, I cannot see the chat right now. I'll be honest with you because I'm literally on my phone and I open the YouTube link over YouTube. So if there's any questions in the chat, I'll try and answer them. But if you let me know, I can't see it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm literally out in front of a barbecue place somewhere in the southern United States. I'll just keep my location that broad.
Okay, that's fine. Let me ask you a few things first. Let's get the times that you've spent with Colin and his mother. Well, let's put it like this. How long before you met Colin when you were seeing Kathy?
It was, so I think how long after Kathy got possession of Colin? It was about a month or so after I met them at Disney for the first time. Just because I live in the south part of Florida and she lives in the north part of Florida. So we both had Disney annual passes. She got her son a Disney annual pass and we all went to Disney together. Yeah. And then I would spend, so that was I mean, it's weird. Me and her were together for a while and then the son died and then she wasn't able to take vacation. The son, whatever happened in Oklahoma, you know, and there was no chance for vacations after that for a very long time because you got a 17-year-old kid. You don't really want to go on vacations with a 17-year-old kid and she couldn't leave him alone. It's where it strained our relationship, if that makes sense. Like she wasn't allowed to go on a vacation with me somewhere because she still had to stay monitoring him in Port Charlotte.
Because of his probation.
Correct.
And was she excited about him being there though?
Very much so. I'll be honest with you. None of the screaming, none of the yelling. I never saw any of that. I heard about it via text message and stuff, but I'm being brutally honest with you. I never saw any of it.
Do you think Kathy was unhinged?
That is the point that I don't believe she was unhinged when me and her were together. I do know, look, she was taking antidepressants.
A lot of people do.
and she did try and commit suicide a few times. That's the truth. No one's lying about that, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You know, that's the God's honest truth, is that she did try and commit suicide a few times. After she had repossession of Collin, we weren't nearly as close. And, you know, I would get messages of things, and I met with them a few times. I think the last time I saw them was, I happened to be going up through Sarasota, Florida, if you know the geography of Florida, or if people know the geography of Florida. And I had her and him meet me at a little beach bar because they were out and about in Sarasota, because I was doing a pub crawl video in Sarasota.
What did you think about Collin?
I had an electric suitcase. I mean, at the last time I saw him, he was riding it around, very level-headed when with a group of people, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I sat and helped him at the kitchen table do homework when I stayed over there.
And so you never saw him push, but he definitely knew how to push her
Oh,
buttons.
no, I agree with you. I mean, I'm just saying it never happened in front of me, and I'm not hiding
Right.
anything. I'm not.
You're right.
I'm telling the truth. That's all anybody can ask to do. You know.
I don't think you're going to want to answer this, but do you know, you had said something about grandmother and grandfather the other day, but you don't want to really talk too much about that?
Nope.
Right. Okay.
We're just going to go with this, especially nope.
Okay. Okay. So we'll have to do our own digging on that.
Good luck.
So, yeah. What about, I guess, did she ever confide in you in anything about how her and Collin together, or what he was doing, or?
Yes, but not something I want to disclose in a public forum, if that makes sense,
Okay.
because it may mess up an Oklahoma case if it were to come back into play.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Don't use the S word, just use self-harm.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay, because you're not used to true crime. But I'm going to let you just kind of tell us the story. Tell us about it, because I know this is kind of what you do anyway.
I mean, the reality, the crazy, insane reality of all this is, like, I haven't processed it as real yet. You know what I mean? I detached myself 6 months before, 5-6 months before this happened. So I haven't even processed it as real. Now that now that it's real, it's starting to come.
You had said you loved her.
I did, and then I had to walk away because her son threatened her multiple times. I mean, there are pieces of evidence that have not been brought into this trial about threats with stabbing in the neck with a pencil and things like that.
A lot of things we know too that haven't been brought in. What is your opinion on how this judge handled everything?
I think they wanted a speedy trial and knew that if they got enough stuff gone away, there would be no chance of double jeopardy. It's done. The kid's free to go. I have to respect the court system. I hate it, but I have to respect the court system. Look, in the end of the day, I'm just getting the true crime phrasing right. His father raised him to what he did. His father is the one who taught him, and I think this is an acceptable word in true crime, he taught him how to double tap. And thus he double taps daddy.
So what do you know about the father?
I'm not going to talk.
Like
legally, I'd rather not talk about it, just to not sully the Oklahoma case, if that makes sense. I'm happy to talk about anything from there. I do have a small amount of a law background.
Okay.
What's weird is I had never actually seen a picture of his father before, or I had never met Kathy's father. I call him Hulk Hogan. But I have spent some time with Kathy, her mom, and Collin on a boat before. Like, her mom rented like a little speedboat, and we went out for a day in a boat, and it was all fine. Joking around with the kid, joking around with Kathy, joking around with her mom. It was all fine.
Kathy had a lot of photos of her mother on Instagram where they were together doing stuff together. It seemed like they got along fairly well until Collin came in the picture.
Like I say, I maybe the crazy, as your audience sees it, maybe the crazy was just when I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I'll give you some information that's relevant and not relevant at the same time, and this is it might add a color that you don't know. Kathy liked sexual domination, and that might do into some of the wantings of pain and things like that. it's not something. It's a piece of data that I don't think anybody really has.
Yeah.
And
But that still doesn't, I mean,
I know.
what you
I
mean.
agree with
It's
you.
not
I agree with you.
relevant, but yeah,
It
yeah.
is not relevant, but it is also the only time that her crazy would come out with me, if that makes sense.
You know what's sad about that is if the defense did know about it, the world would have known about it because she would have put it out there. Because what did she say the other day? Oh yeah, she did bring it up, and you were like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. She brought up the whole self-harm on, by son. Yeah.
And I called that 4 days before she did. You know, the original thing I said is what likely happened, and I mean it comes down to self-harm by son. She wasn't able. She did. I want to be very clear. This is the crazy thing. In what was said by the defense, I cannot refute it based on information I have. I know that sounds crazy.
Well, and based upon information that the jury had, they made their decision. What do you think about? Do you think this might be reaching? Do you think it's the possibility that Kathy had a discussion with her mother before all this happened that said, and she said, if he ever does anything to me, you've got to make sure that he doesn't go to jail for it.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Hmm.
And do I also believe that the tapes she said exist, and there are people that have access to it? Yes, I do.
Hmm.
If that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
I do believe that. Again, that's a belief, not a fact. I want to be very clear.
You know what is scary about that is if the prosecutor knew that and he had to prosecute this case, that could have something to do with the way that he was in the case. I don't know if that's true or not, but God, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, Richard. I got to be honest with you.
I mean, it's the truth. And look, let me be honest with you. I mean, I guarantee you after this, I don't know. I can't see the stream right now. How many people are on the stream? Is it growing? I can't see anything.
There was 90. I think there's 86 in here now.
Okay. But someone's going to pick this up and probably reach out to me. I mean, someone media, because this is a huge story now.
Yeah.
A kid got away with killing both his parents.
Do you, what do you know about the brother, the older brother? Anything you want to add about him?
Wait, Kathy's older brother?
No, Collin's older brother.
I have never met Collin's older brother.
Okay.
I know Kathy's older brother who, when I sent you a text that I'd rather not have shared, but that's the text that I got from her older brother that literally said the kid murdered her. And the family story changed after that. That text I sent you an email was from her older brother saying the kid murdered her. And unlike her dad, I was invited to the funeral.
Yeah.
Or whatever they want to call it.
But you didn't go.
So I had a trip planned. Would it cost too much logistically? And I'll be honest with you, I was not super close with her family.
Yeah.
Especially at that time. I had met her mom once. I had met her and Collin together probably 5 or 6 times. But I had met her a lot more. You know, we had gone on a couple trips and stuff before all that.
Yeah.
But again, after Valentine's Day 2023, everything kind of fell off the rails, and I tried to, I tried to be the best I could. The joke was, and I'm going to tell you, a dark joke is she used to call me. We used to call I'm her future ex-husband, and the kid I'm his future ex-stepdad. The kid used to make that joke. I mean, I can show you. I don't know if I can get out of this, but there's a message I.
I think we lost him.
Are we back?
Oh, you're going in and out a little bit. That's better. Okay.
Well, no. The problem is if I leave the app, I didn't open it properly. I literally just have an iPhone on me right now, and I'm out in the middle of the street. I apologize for that. But I have an email from Collin. Give me 10 seconds and I'll be back. I'm going to read it to myself. And I'll paste it in the chat. Give me a second. You're going to lose me for 10 seconds just for me to look it up.
That's fine. That's fine. For those of you just coming in, we are talking with Pants No Pants Profits. He has a travel YouTube channel, and he dated Kathy before Collin moved in with her. And basically, Collin was the reason that they stopped seeing each other because Kathy's life had changed so drastically. They were already dating long distance, so it was hard for them to do things.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So he sent me this text I just sent. You win enough to pay for my college ? Because I hit a nice jackpot on a cruise ship and I let Kathy know.
Yeah.
So he sent me a text unsolicited. The first text I ever had with the kid was, "Did you win enough to pay for my college?" And then he sent me a meme. The kid sent me a meme, and I can verify this because when they yelled out one of his phone numbers in court, which is no longer active, it's that number. I checked it. I was watching the trial the whole time.
So he has your number still. Possibly.
Me, when someone asks about your family, it's a Kermit the Frog meme. I'm happy to send it to you later. When someone asks about your family, should you tell them the Disney or Jerry Springer version? It's a meme.
Yeah, okay.
But that's what he sent me with Kermit in the background. You know, that's I'm just trying to say those are the only direct texts I've ever had with the kid.
What if he reaches out to you, Richard? He might reach out to you again.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. And then the last thing he ever said was, just email them my case file. When they asked about his family, he said, just email them my case file.
That's
Again, but that's what he texted to me, completely unprompted. These are backed up in iCloud. I'm happy to share them with anyone who wants them, you know. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying, you know.
Yeah, this is just unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this in my life where, first of all, he does it to his father. Then when they goes to court, it can't be said that it was his father who
I mean, I do 100% agree with you that the first juror that learns that fact,
it's going to be so upset.
It's going to be insane. Now,
I would feel so wronged by the court system if I were a juror and I was not told that. Now, with that being said, you got to take accountability as a juror that this kid already had done it one time, and you knew that. It didn't matter who it was, but he was involved in something before, even though he wasn't. So I guess they kind of said, well, he wasn't arrested for it, so we can't really count it. So maybe that's where they were trying to be impartial. They were trying to think, you know.
But I mean, the jury. I'm stupefied, and I pulled to the side of the road to go get some lunch and have this conversation with you. You know, when it comes down to it, I didn't even hear the whole thing, but it's a complete non-guilty across the board, correct? Not even manslaughter.
Right. No. Well,
so the jury.
Yeah, because they said first degree.
You're free to go.
Yeah, they didn't even go into the whole, and then because of that, nothing came up with kidnapping. They jumped straight to the other. So I was like,
I mean, okay, I think grandma has a few months, if you're asking me honestly.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people think. Yeah. I kind of wonder if he's even going to have anything to do with her, unless she's got money for him and she can do things for him. He's not going to really, I guess he'll depend on her for a while, but yeah, what happens when grandmother ends up in court or ends up in a grave and we have to bring him back to court again? Hope it's not in the state of Florida. Whew.
I mean, I'd be interested to see. I mean, I don't even know if legally he can. I'd be interested to see if Judge Grady, not Judge Grady, Sheriff Grady has anything to say on this.
Oh, I know. You know he's fired up. You know he is.
I mean, but essentially the jury found that she did fall on a knife.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, that actually happened. Like,
I mean, and one of the things, and please, I'd like to poll your audience because you have some crazy audience. I say it's crazy lovingly. Was the word pacemaker or Apple Watch said once in this case?
No, I didn't hear it. Did y'all? If y'all heard it, either pacemaker or Apple Watch, type that word, one of the words that you heard in the chat.
I mean, the pacemaker would prove that she was dead before 911 was called.
I think that he waited anywhere between 45 minutes to that 1 hour between when he called and when he pulled her back inside. After he had unalived her, he waited and made sure that she couldn't come back.
And what you've got to understand, I mean, the important thing about the Oklahoma one is I want you to understand, and this is Kathy telling me this directly, and me just understand where her husband lived is in Podunk, Oklahoma, where you have a sheriff and an assistant sheriff. You know, that's it. Do you really expect them to control a crime scene like in a real town?
Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. That makes me lose hope in Oklahoma and what could happen with that case.
That's what
now I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Understand, Oklahoma was the one that had a chance of getting dismissed because it was rural Oklahoma. Now, remember, from what I understand, this investigation was carried out by the county. The investigation of the Kathy's death was carried out by the county in which the death occurred in. In Oklahoma, they had to call the state police to investigate it because the county didn't have any forensics labs or anything like that. So if you want to talk about even less evidence in a case, that's the Oklahoma case, unfortunately.
That's scary. I wonder what the father's going to think or do now, if anything.
You mean Grandpa, Hulk Hogan, as I call him.
Yeah, Grandpa.
And I never met Grandpa. I mean, I agree with the defense that Kathy was estranged from Grandpa because I literally never met Grandpa.
But he stood up for her in the end, though, you know? He was her only
did.
voice.
He did. And like, I'll be honest with you, I was sitting on a cruise ship on Wednesday morning last week for opening arguments, and they were mentioning, her brother and her sister and everything. Like, don't mention me. Because I shouldn't have been mentioned because I wasn't around during the time of this case. But I'm like, don't mention me. But it's insane. And but again, as a true crime kind of thing, the judge, maybe he won't get reelected because of this. The jury.
We watch a lot of trials. We watch a lot of trials, and I'm going to tell you that we were also floored at the decisions the judge was making, how he was leaning with the prosecution so much. It was so obvious. People that don't know anything about trials could be watching this and go, "Is that right? Is that how they do it? What?"
I mean, it's absolutely absurd. And again, I'm pretty sure you can verify I'm who I say I am. I've been pretty clear that it's absolutely absurd to me. And the weird thing is, fortunately, all my driving for my current trip is done. But it's a state of, eventually it's going to hit me that it's real. I hate to say it. You compartmentalize it in your brain. I say this. As strange as it sounds, this is going to sound evil and sociopathic and psychopathic. But when I decided to break it off with Kathy because she chose her son over me, she was already dead to me. Because I knew that was the outcome. And so did Tig Old Biddies, who she doesn't have internet connectivity right now because she's actually on a cruise right now.
Oh, okay.
But so, I mean, I was on a cruise with her last week when this happened, when the case started going. And I mean, I guess this was the effect of a speedy trial. I mean, do you know, were those two, I'm just wondering for myself, were those two defense attorneys public defenders? Or they were paid? They were too good to be public defenders, in my opinion.
I thought that too, but I went on the website and it said they came from the public defender's office. So I think it was appointed. I think that what happened was they got the case. They knew it was going to be high profile, so that there was two of them in the courtroom. That's just, I don't know if that's true, but I felt like that. But it did say that they were from the public defender's office, so they had to have been appointed. I thought maybe you knew more because you said you thought that grandmother paid for the attorney.
I was thinking. Remember, I am not close to the case now.
Yeah.
The last time I saw her was a few months before, and that was literally, I was driving up through Sarasota, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to meet and have a drink somewhere?" And you know what's fun? We had a drink in some buckets at like a beach bar, and I still have the drink buckets in the back of my truck. That's how much I'm still not processing that this has happened, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry.
But I mean, in the end of the day, even though this is what I say, even though we hate the outcome, the justice system did what the justice system did. I hate it. Trust me. You're hearing it from the only guy that's willing to defend Kathy other than her dad.
So you think, let me, hang on, I'm trying to move our
I literally have 5 more minutes and I have to turn in a rental car. So I apologize for running off. I'm happy to come back later, but I have 5 more minutes and I have to I have to go head towards where I rented my rental car. I just pulled off to the side of the road.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just wanted to ask, and it sounds like you're probably going to tell me no on this, but I got to ask anyway. Anything you want to say about Kathy's siblings or anybody else that you met that you think and how they would feel about this? Or,
I mean, a piece of data that I don't know whether I can substantiate or not, but I have no clue. This is a piece of data that I don't think your audience knows because it's not really brought up anywhere. Piece of data that your audience doesn't know is before Chuck, her husband, before he was with her, according to her, I don't want to be coming back on me saying slander or anything. According to her, he was with her sister.
Oh yeah. When she was 13 years old. So when they were, and he was.
But I
how
don't
old
think
was
that's
he?
I don't think that's a piece of data that's ever been shared.
But how old was he? He was like 10 years older, I think. Than
Yeah,
them?
yeah. But I'm saying she was with her sister, and this pains me to say, Kathy's sloppy seconds. Kathy was Chuck's sloppy seconds in the same family.
Yeah.
I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I'm just saying, like, that's the slang way to say it.
What do you know about this trust fund? Is there any information that you have about the trust fund that they kept mentioning?
Oklahoma related, not something I'll comment on, unfortunately. It's just, I don't want to mess up the possibility of the kid going away in Oklahoma. You know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I get you.
So I don't want to speak on anything on Daddy or Oklahoma or anything like that because someone could take a clip out of this. And I'm just talking about what I know about Kathy and what I've seen in the case, plus what Kathy has told me. Again, I have never seen any physical altercation whatsoever in the family. I have seen Kathy, her mom, her son on a boat all together. I brought nice chests full of beer and liquor, and we had a good time on the boat. You know, as weird as it sounds, where things have been positive. Now, have there been things that have been said in jest by the kid when before this happened that, as weird as it sounds, similar to Robert Walentis, her dad, I did contact OBI as soon as Sheriff Grady's press conference. Yeah, Oklahoma Bureau of Investigation. I had to jump around 6 or 7 times because Florida didn't want to talk to me. Then I finally found I'm going to just say Podunk, Oklahoma Police Department, found their information. And they referred me to OBI. I called OBI, gave them the information I had, which was just something I was told in a hot tub right under a Ring camera, which is kind of interesting, isn't it? It's something I was told in a hot tub under a Ring camera, but do you take a 16-year-old's words at face value?
Well, no, because he said the same. He said, "Can you? I mean, do you believe some of the things that he had the defense say about his own mother in this trial?"
Give me examples, and I'm happy to give you ideas.
Oh
I said
there were so many things. She wasn't. In my opinion, I don't think
she was able to wake up. She was able to wake up for work every day, show up to work, have a whole course load of students. I sound like the prosecution right now, but when he said that, that was the most relevant thing. She had multiple classes of students. She would manage, and look, she'd go on trips. Look, she's dead. I can say this now. She'd go on trips in the state of Florida and work remotely because she was allowed to. She was working for a virtual school as long as she stayed in the state of Florida. But she would keep up with her work. She would have those responsibilities. She wasn't fired from her job. She always got the highest marks, as a teacher from her job and stuff like that. So if she was truly unstable, would that be possible?
Right, exactly.
Maybe there are unstabling events. What I mean by unstabling events is, look, mother and kids fight.
I think that he knew how to push her buttons. I think that he learned how to push her buttons through his dad's actions in the past.
Well, Dad taught him how to push buttons.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I will give you one piece of information on Oklahoma that I was told. Again, told this by Kathy. Collin didn't have a bed in Oklahoma. He slept on a mat on the floor.
So he claimed that his dad did never let him use the house and he only fed him once a day.
I believe that to be true.
Really? But that's all coming from Collin. That's not coming from anybody but Collin.
But it came from Kathy as well.
But Kathy got it from Collin.
Could have gotten it from Collin. That is a fact of life.
Yeah.
That is a fact of life.
Yeah, this is sad. Well, listen, I want to thank you for coming on. Is there anything you want to close with?
I mean, I want to close with, in the end of the day, look, I wasn't around when this happened, and I have to respect the jury's decision. And I implore you to look into 5-sided shapes. But I can't say much more than that.
Okay.
I implore you to look into 5-sided shapes. I will be around in your discussions and stuff like that when I can, but I literally have to turn in a rental car right now. So I've got to get over to the rental car agency and turn in that rental car.
Okay, well, just touch back with me if you ever want to come back on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, safe in your
I'm gonna
travels.
read. I'm gonna read all the news story. I'm gonna listen to your coverage while I'm turning in the rental car. But I'm gonna jump off now, and I'll be in the chat.
Okay, thank you. All
Okay,
right,
bye-bye.
bye. Okay, so let me look at the comments here, you guys. Yeah, I kind of feel like him. I'm like, okay, now I'm scared to even say a whole lot about Oklahoma, because if it ever does go to trial, we don't want it to screw up. That's this. I've never in my life. This is amazing. They're gonna make a movie out of this, y'all. I mean, really, this is gonna be the next Hulu or Netflix case. What you want to bet? Who did he want to live with, mom or dad? Well, I don't think he wanted to live with dad. I don't think he wanted to live with anybody. I think he wanted to do what he wanted to do. But uh, yeah, one sheriff and one deputy in Podunk, Oklahoma. That is scary. What do you guys think about what Richard said? 5-sided. What did he say? 5-sided signs. Stop. No, how many? What are 5-sided signs? That was our clue. We have to figure that out now. Now I know Nunya said she saw something. See, Nunya, this is what I'm thinking. I think that dad did badmouth mom, and I've thought that for the whole time because they were fighting so much for custody of him. So I felt like by the time, now this is just my feeling on it, I felt like by the time that Collin had gotten to live with his mom, he kind of lost respect for her because of the way that dad had talked about her, because you don't know what dad said. You don't know if what dad said was true or not. But yeah, I hope Oklahoma goes after him too. This is just so sad. I'm curious why grandma said the oldest son was still alive. It was so odd. I don't remember that. And I don't remember maybe I would have like not noticed them talking about an Apple Watch, but if they had said something about a pacemaker, I would have caught on to that. So, you guys, the grandmother or the mother, who is he talking about? I think that he said he was talking about the grandparents, 5-sided shapes. Is that what he said? Was it 5-sided shapes or 5-sided shines? I'll have to go back and listen to this again. And what does that's our clue for the day. You little sleuthers out there, y'all gonna help me figure this out? Yield signs only got 4. Stop has how many? It stops 8. What would have 5? Pentagon is 8, isn't it? Is an octagon is 8. A pentagon is. Oh my gosh. What have you done to us, Richard? I guess maybe they're all scared of him. Nobody wants to say anything. I wonder if anybody's going to speak up. Let me go over here now, you guys, and let's see if there's any kind of press conference. I'm going to look and see if we got anything coming up. I'm sure the state won't hold one. Oh, I don't see anything coming up. So what if grandmother, we all said that grandmother was acting strange on the stand. What if she did it because she knew it? Kathy, like maybe Kathy's wish would be not for him to be. But I can't imagine a mother that was upset about seeing her daughter being gone like that would still comply with that. I would still, I don't know. And you'd have to think, I guess she's not scared of Collin. Grandma isn't. Okay. So Laura's comment was something good. A 5-sided sign indicates that you are near a school. Stop if children are in the crosswalk. Could that be a sign? Oh God, now you're talking about things that scare me. I'm thinking about some things that went on in the family home, maybe when she was a child. Okay, now Nunya says Pentagon and grandma was military. Okay, there's a good point. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. 5-sided shape, not signs. Susan's first husband was the one that was on the stand, but where's her second husband? Or was it okay? I could be wrong though, Mandy. You're right. She had two. We know Susan has two exes, right? Where's the other one? So where's he at? Is he gone? I think there's some other unaliving going on in this family. Definitely some probably not legal things going on. Is this why everybody stays so quiet? I did, Susan. Mandy, I did try to look up Susan in the different court things. I can't find anything on her. I did go to her county and everything. The problem is, I think at one point they lived in Arizona. I know the dad lives in New Mexico. There could have been a self-defense case where something like that happened, and that could be where Collin has learned all this from. Mark, that's what we've been saying the whole time. Wait till those jurors find out that they've been bamboozled. I feel like what they did, I feel like they were bamboozled. Definitely. This is insane. All right. Well, if I'm going to sleuth on this, I'm going to need time to do it. I'm going to see if I can't find something out. If anybody knows anybody or has any connections, anybody, y'all let me know. I'll keep my email open. I can't. The problem is I don't know exactly all the background of where the family lived and whatnot, so it's going to take some time to look it all up. Okay. Maybe it's not as difficult as we're making it. He said a 5-sided shape, Pentagon. Did mom work with the Pentagon? Maybe mom's job is why. Because he kept saying he felt like because there was connections or something. Is it because she worked for the government in the position she was in? I don't know. She didn't come across as somebody that was like, oh, okay. She made good money though, because she has a property in Key West. Not many people can afford a property in Key West, large or small. So the 5-sided sign. You bought me a diamond, Mark. You got me I want a double diamond, double diamond. I want the jackpot. Mandy said, Richard's listening to us and cracking up. There are a lot of pictures of them in DC, Christine says. That's it, you guys. That's the connection. Oh my God. I'm going to get in trouble on my channel for talking about the government. Oh, I don't know. This is so crazy and so conspiratory. I don't like it when it gets this crazy. I only like to watch it on documentaries where I get to see them play it out. Maybe it was the father, not the mom, that worked over there. Maybe it was somebody that mom, hey, Carolina. Maybe it was somebody that mom was married to that worked over there. There's some crazy background, and we just don't know what it is. Oh, was it connected to January 6th, Christine? Or Mandy said, maybe. I don't want to say that. I don't like to talk politics. Oh, no. That would lead us down a political loophole, and I'm gonna get myself in trouble. But that's a good point, though. If it's connected to that, I think it's bigger than that, though. Y'all, look what Mark wrote. When I go to federal prison, I can look up Mr. Brooks. Okay, so here's the thing. Does the Capitol have that? No, it's round. I think it's the Pentagon. I think you're right. I think she had some kind of military connection. Somebody did. Okay. So I've got the scoop from a hidden, unknown source of where Brooks is, and I know why he's there. But I'm not going to give it to y'all now. I'm going to put a video out on it. Okay, and I think I saw something about that, Nunya, that Yankee Markovich was his name. The civil lawsuit in Florida. And says maybe the prosecutor and the judge knew the case was being reopened in Oklahoma, and that's why information was left out. I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, are you saying I can't see that? No, I can't say that because I don't think that's true. I see where you're going with it, and it does make me think. But at the same time, I think they would have flat out said this is going to end up going to trial in Oklahoma, so we got to keep this out, and we got to keep. They would have talked about that. I think he has sent you on a wild goose chase. I know, hasn't he? Impressed with me? I don't know if I'm going to figure it out or not. I need y'all to help me. Where did Grandma get all of her money from? Lawsuit, life insurance policy. It's hard to get other acts evidence into a trial, Nunya says. Yeah, I've got to go now, you guys, because we've been on for quite some time, and I'm gonna put something together on Brooks and put it out for you guys. I got 3 different things I'm working on to try to get out to you guys. If you think of anything, just shoot me an email. My email is always in the description of all of my videos, and we'll see what happens. I can't believe this. I am floored. But I tell you what, I'm so glad I don't live near those people no more. I didn't live in Polk County. I lived in Pinellas, but I wasn't that far from Polk County when I lived over there. Oh, I would not want to live near them. I'd be scared of that boy. And the witnesses, the poor ladies that got up and spoke, I'd be scared if I were them. Of course, he's not going to go after anybody because he got off. So he's got money. He's not going to go to school, I bet. He's probably going to do what he wants to do. He's going to sit and watch video games and become one of those underground serial, you know what. Yes, please hit the like button on your way out, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me. I appreciate you so much. Mandy, you better watch out, girl. You're close too. Y'all stay safe. I'll talk to you very soon. I'm going to have something out, if not tonight, then in the morning. Be good. Oh, tomorrow morning? No, we are 11 a.m. We've got to watch Cremo the Third trial. That's at 11 a.m. I've got it scheduled already, so look for that live. Bye, y'all.